Good morning and welcome to the sixth hearing of the U.S.-China Economic and Security Review Commission's 2024 annual report cycle. Thank you all for joining us today. I would like to remind everyone that the testimonies from our witnesses are available on the Commission's website, uscc.gov, where a transcript of today's hearing will also be posted. Today's hearing takes place amid rising geopolitical tensions in East Asia and across the world. My time in the Office of the Director of National Intelligence made it clear to me and many of my colleagues that China's leadership intends to dominate the world militarily, economically, and technologically. Increasing challenges to these ambitions, both domestically and globally, have compelled the Chinese Communist Party to prepare Chinese society for so-called worst case and extreme scenarios. This directive is filtering down through all levels of the party state, from the halls of power in Beijing to party cells in towns, villages, and companies across China. The party's paranoia and lack of confidence in its own legitimacy cause it to imagine hostile foreign forces behind any domestic threat to its absolute power. The CCP is actively cultivating a siege mentality throughout Chinese society, further tightening its control over daily life. CCP General Secretary Xi Jinping has exhorted the People's Liberation Army, party leaders, and the Chinese people to dare to struggle, a Maoist phrase that suggests preparing for conflict, and to improve its ability to mobilize military and civilian resources in wartime. This enhanced capacity to mobilize has implications for the most acute threat of China breaking the peace, a military invasion of Taiwan. Various U.S. military and intelligence leaders differ on their estimates of when the PLA will be ready for war, with some stating that it could be as soon as next year. As a result, we are entering a perilous moment, with China's capabilities rising to meet its leaders' stated commitment to unifying Taiwan with the mainland, even by force, if coercion and threats fail. Against this backdrop, it is of supreme importance that we develop a deep understanding of China's preparations for conflict and can discern when they are preparing to make a move. Understanding China's vulnerabilities and strength will enhance U.S. leaders' ability to make well-informed decisions that promotes peace and prosperity, as we do not want war. But in the event that China makes an unprovoked, unjust, and ill-advised decision to break the peace, we must be able to win. To our distinguished witnesses, thank you for joining us to discuss these important issues. We look forward to hearing from each of you. I will now turn the floor over to my colleague and co-chair for this hearing, Commissioner Goodwin.
Thank you, Commissioner Sims, and good morning. I would also like to extend my appreciation to everyone for joining us here this morning and thank our witnesses for the time and effort that they put into their testimonies. Efforts to harden the Chinese economy are another aspect of China's preparations for a potential conflict or crisis with the United States. Stockpiles and dramatic shifts in production are long-standing historic indicators of significant action. Indeed, during the Cold War, the U.S. intelligence community maintained a watch committee to provide an early warning of hostile actions by the Soviet Union. It did so in part through scrutiny of a range of economic indicators. The committee tracked the buildup of strategic reserves and monitored it for abnormal activity. Today, we ask, what economic indicators should a similarly interested China watcher track? Our hearing will focus on three primary economic dimensions: food, energy, and finance. Limited arable land, stagnant productivity growth, and environmental challenges have constrained Beijing's capacity to feed its 1.4 billion people. This runs counter to China's decades-long efforts to achieve self-sufficiency in staple foods. Chinese energy consumption faces similar challenges. China is dependent on imports for coal, natural gas, and oil, which together account for approximately 80% of its primary energy usage. For policymakers in Beijing, reliance on foreign oil is particularly alarming. Its centrality to industry and combat systems means a prolonged disruption to suppliers could be disastrous. In response, Chinese officials have embarked on a series of initiatives to stockpile food and energy. Coupled with efforts to reduce demand, China continues to strive for self-reliance. Although they are unlikely to achieve this in the short term, shifts in China's stockpiles and resource use can be an important signal of an impending crisis. Unlike the Soviet Union, Chinese trade and finance is also deeply dependent on the global financial system. and particularly the U.S. dollar. Decades of intense globalization have linked the Chinese economy with global markets and finance. This has been central to China's rapid economic growth, but has also created deep dependencies, which in a crisis scenario could become vulnerabilities. With our witnesses today, we will explore these contradictions. Again, I want to thank everyone for joining us to discuss these important issues, and we look forward to hearing from each of you. Before I turn it back over to Commissioner Sims to introduce our first panel, I want to remind everyone in our audience that witness testimonies and the hearing transcript will be available on our website at uscc.gov. Thank you.
All right, our first panel will examine the CCP's efforts to prepare its society for intensified competition with the United States. We'll start with Manoj Kewalramani, a China Studies Fellow and Chairperson of the Indo-Pacific Studies Program at the Takshashila Institute. Mr. Kewalramani will discuss the senior leadership's rhetoric about the challenges they believe China faces and the potential use of propaganda campaigns to create a rally around the flag effect in the lead up to war. Next, we'll have Katja Drinhausen, head of the Chinese Politics and Society Program at Mercator Institute of China Studies. Ms. Drinhausen will address the ideological framework underlying the increased focus on national security, the institutional and legal reforms which put the framework into practice, and its impacts on Chinese society. Finally, we will hear from Dr. Lauri Paltemaa, a professor of East Asian Contemporary History and Politics and director of the Center for East Asian Studies at the University of Turku, Finland. Dr. Paltemaa will address the mechanism of Chinese emergency response systems and the system's performance in crises. Thank you all very much for your testimony. The Commission is looking forward to your remarks. I ask that everyone keep your opening statements to 7 minutes. And with that, Mr. Kewalramani, we'll start with you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Sims. Hearing co-chairs, Commissioner Sims, Commissioner Goodwin, thank you so much for the opportunity to address the Commission today. It's indeed a pleasure and a privilege to do so. My written testimony provides a detailed assessment on the questions related to the PRC's perspectives on security, competition, and conflict. I will, however, limit my remarks to 4 specific points. First, I contend that there has been a significant revision in the Communist Party's leadership's strategic assessment of its security environment over the past 5 years. This is evident through the remarks of General Secretary Xi Jinping at the 19th Party Congress of 2017 and the 20th Party Congress of 2022. In 2017, Xi had stressed that despite profound and complex changes taking place in the world, China was still in an important period of strategic opportunity for development. The prospects, and I quote, are bright, but the challenges are severe, unquote. In contrast, in 2022, he warned of high winds, choppy waters, and even dangerous storms, arguing that China had entered a period of development in which strategic opportunities, risks, and challenges are concurrent, and uncertainties and unforeseen factors were rising. This reassessment is indeed reflective of mounting domestic challenges related to party governance and legitimacy, economic policy, and adapting to technological changes, as it is with the aggravation of non-traditional security threats like food security, energy security, and climate change. However, my view is that this revision in the strategic assessment is predominantly a product of the PRC's rapidly worsening external environment, particularly its deepening competition with the United States. The Chinese leadership increasingly appears to believe that the US is pursuing a policy of all-round containment, a threat that is multifaceted and long-term in nature. Second, the PRC's response to these challenges has resulted in increased securitization of policy across a range of domains. This is encapsulated in the comprehensive or overall national security concept. The implications of this concept are evident in legislative changes enacted in the past few years. Every endeavor of economic and human engagement has therefore been passed through this lens of national security. That said, Xi Jinping's demands from officials and cadres have often been contradictory. While he has termed national security as the bedrock of national rejuvenation, he has also called on officials to achieve a dynamic balance between development and security when it comes to policy making. A product of this often has been policy flux, mixed messaging, and poor implementation, which have had adverse effects for people and businesses. The dichotomy between pursuing self-reliance and a policy of opening up to attract foreign capital, technology, and talent is an example of this sort of contradictory and confused situation. The third point that I'd like to make is that intensified security challenges have not necessarily meant that the PRC is simply approaching policy choices from a defensive position. At one level, the leadership has been calling on cadres and officials to develop bottom-line thinking or prepare for worst-case scenarios. This implies determining certain minimum standards, minimum conditions or thresholds that must not be breached or must not be compromised in the course of a particular event taking place. Doing so establishes red lines and helps people prepare for predictable risks and challenges. This approach is complemented by what Commissioner Sims said and what she calls extreme case scenario thinking. This entails contemplating extreme unforeseeable scenarios in order to prepare for them. Chinese writings on this concept underscore its utility to think through the outcomes of proactive or assertive policy measures that China might take, particularly in connection with its core interests, such as Taiwan or maritime and territorial disputes, or even key development issues. The final point that I'd like to make is that under the comprehensive national security concept, the party has identified the people as the basic force of national security. Achieving the goal of national rejuvenation, therefore, it has argued, demands a whole of society effort and significant sacrifices for, again to quote she, this goal will not be achieved by simply beating drums and gongs. Consequently, there has been a tremendous effort to mobilize all segments of society, from scientists and academics to private businesses and even ordinary citizens. To do so, the party has resorted to reinforcement of Marxism and nationalism, an emphasis on patriotism, and strengthening ideological and security education. The adoption of concepts such as the mass line, the Feng Chao experience, and policies regarding patriotic education, national security education, and national defense education are indicative of this. At the heart of all of this is an effort to strengthen party control over all aspects of society in order to boost regime security and guide China towards a future that is determined by the party leadership, in particular by Xi Jinping. It assists Xi Jinping in his continued control of the party if he is able to maintain his legitimacy of rule by connecting directly with the masses and mobilizing the masses directly, particularly since his anti-corruption campaign has alienated significant numbers of the elite. Of course, the narrative of a hostile United States committed to denying China its right to development is extremely useful to this end. I would therefore like to make the following two recommendations for the Commission's consideration. First, Congress should support sustained and systematic studies into the PRC's changing red lines, particularly in the context of Taiwan and its territorial and maritime disputes. It should also support the establishment of dialogues with allies and partners on the PRC's escalatory and conflict management behaviors. Such a process would facilitate a more nuanced understanding of the PRC's evolving and evidently more risk-tolerant approach to the use of force. It should also help identify effective mitigation strategies that others have adopted. Second, deeper people-to-people exchanges are an asset for the United States in its strategic competition with the PRC. Policies and actions that alienate the Chinese populace only serve to strengthen the Communist Party's domestic narrative and legitimacy. US policy must therefore aim to facilitate student exchanges, scholarly interactions, and tourism. With that, I'd like to conclude my remarks. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Ms. Drinhausen.
Dear co-chairs Goodwin and Sims, dear members of the Commission, I'm very honored to be here and speaking today. In a few points, I will follow the remarks of Manoj Kewalramani, who really gave a good introduction into the topic and raised many points that I will agree with in my testimony. But I personally will want to focus on three key points. Noting first, really the fundamental shift that Xi Jinping has brought about with his new comprehensive national security outlook. As my previous speaker so eloquently said, Xi Jinping is trying to strike a balance between security and development, talking about integration and balancing. But at the core of it, security comes first. I think this is something that we've very clearly seen in the past few years. And this fundamentally sets him apart from Deng Xiaoping, who just decades ago saw development as the precondition for leadership. And what we see now under Xi Jinping is a party that sees itself faced with a multitude of risks, both domestic but also international, not just against the regime, but against China's overall national and development interests. And this outlook is reflected in the makeup of the growing list of security areas that fall under the concept of comprehensive national security that Xi Jinping coined shortly after stepping into power. We now have a list that has grown from 11 to 20 and covers areas such as political, military, territorial security, but also notably economic, financial, technological, cyber, and increasingly data security. But also the security of China's overseas interests, reaching into the seas, into deep sea, into space. And looking at the expanding list, not just of the official canon, but types of security that are used in formulating plans for regions, for different ministries, we can see that this is a growing universe of national security terminology that really shapes and guides officials in their day-to-day work. Now, the CCP, as Manoj said, is feeling that it is in a strategic competition with the US, and one of its key concerns, in addition to domestic challenges to its power, is Western containment. And again, this is something that we can see not just in the party's language around worst-case scenarios and the need to preparedness, but especially in this impressive apparatus to advance Xi Jinping's quest for comprehensive national security that was built over the past decade. And this is really my second point. What we see today is a very well-established legal canon apparatus with a long list of national security-focused laws on counterterrorism, managing foreign anti-foes, intelligence, anti-foreign sanctions, and as a key development in the past year, the anti-espionage law and the new state secrets law have shifted what can be considered offenses under Chinese law that affect not just Chinese citizens working with international actors and organizations, but international companies alike. She has also instituted fundamental institutional changes by establishing the Central National Security Commission and really putting it atop of a nationwide and administration-spanning system of party commissions that can now coordinate across ministries, across thematic portfolios. We see at the same time a rise of officials with a security background, mostly in domestic security, but also focusing on technological security and the economy as part of that core team around Xi Jinping steering China's policy today. The third pillar, in addition to laws and institutions that this effort really stands on, is public mobilization. And there we have seen this great appeal to the general public to participate in constant monitoring of the situation, in internal threat detection, but also in threat prevention. And this is a particularly strong focus of recent campaigns around foreign espionage, where the Ministry of State Security really stepped into the forefront and took on a very new role, a very new public role as a security actor within China. I'm noting all of these changes because the new patriotic education law, as well as the new national defense education law, will institutionalize and consolidate these efforts to really rope in large swaths of society. And one particularly important development to watch in the coming years will be to what extent this will be put into action in the form, for example, of the emergence of militia entities in companies, something that has already been reported in international media. So the concrete crisis preparedness on the ground. Thirdly, a point I want to make is that what we see happening reflects a massive strategic effort, but at the same time, it has come with serious side effects. Just to give a few examples, the zero COVID policy was once held out as proof that Xi concept of comprehensive national security is working and was only made possible through continued mass mobilization, but it led to huge economic losses, protests, and sustained damages to public confidence in China. Similarly, China's focus on self-reliance, use of economic coercion against countries such as Australia, Japan, Sweden, Lithuania, has been a key factor in driving the US, EU, and partners internationally to take measures to de-risk threats emanating from China. And yet, this has not led to a rethinking in Beijing. It goes to show really that, at least for now, Beijing's willingness to endure a high level of costs and continues to call on all actors in state and society and the corporate sector to be ready to struggle. And there are a few takeaways and points I want to make here, some echoing what Manoj Kewalramani has already said. Looking at the time, I'll only focus maybe on the last one in more detail. The first one is really to observe and understand what is happening in China, especially when it comes to more concrete crisis preparedness. The second one is to track and strategically monitor the weaknesses emanating from the comprehensive national security approach. And last but not least, it's important to learn from China's over-securitization, especially where it harms the country's interest in the long run, and really determine what are our goals in terms of both engaging with but also containing risks emanating from China. What are the price we are willing to pay, and really try and not follow down the same rabbit hole of over-securitization. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Drinhausen. And last to get us started here, we'll have Dr. Paltemaa.
Dear commissioners, other panelists, good morning to you all. It's my pleasure to be invited to offer my testimony before the Commission today. My testimony will be about China's emergency management system and its recent developments. As we all know, China suffers from almost all known types of natural disasters. Each year, the lives of tens of millions of Chinese are affected by natural disasters, and thousands are injured or even lose their lives in them. During the past decade, yearly economic losses from natural disasters have varied around 0.5% to 1% of the GDP. China has real and pressing reasons to improve its emergency management system, as it has been constantly doing. Historically, managing disasters has always been seen as or even the central task of Chinese governments. Already the Confucian notion of the mandate of heaven connected the ruler's legitimacy to disasters closely together. Even today, China General Secretary Xi Jinping has issued a series of important instructions on emergency management. Further, under the concept of comprehensive security, all sectors of governance, including emergency management, are included in safeguarding and strengthening both internal and external security in this order. The importance of emergency management was demonstrated by the anti-COVID-19 fight. Chinese authorities responded to the epidemic with an extensive campaign where formidable party-state resources were focused on suppressing the epidemic nationwide. This meant mobilizing the public administration, the party, and the private sector resources to meet this single purpose. The campaign failed at its ultimate purpose, but provided an opportunity to practice large-scale societal mobilization, which is one of the key modes of disaster management in China. Apart from the technique of social mobilization, China, of course, has its professional emergency management administration. Here, the development trend has been towards more centralized, professionalized, and standardized system. The most significant change in this respect has been the establishment of the Ministry of Emergency Management, MEM, in 2018. At the same time, while major disasters are regarded as a major threat to regime security, the local nature of most disasters makes managing them a local task. Notwithstanding the rhetoric of its importance, emergency management receives less funding than agencies dealing with harder security issues. Emergency management's dependency on local funding makes its implementation uneven and erratic in places. When trying to understand China's emergency management system, one needs to understand the nature of the party state. China's emergency response law of 2007 makes the State Council responsible for leading the response to serious disasters. State Council can form an ad hoc state emergency response command body, or usually called headquarters. Importantly, however, behind the State Council's headquarters, there will always be a more authoritative ad hoc CCP leadership small group established to manage the crisis. This happened also during the COVID-19 crisis. The party therefore leads and coordinates emergency management campaigns, and emergency authorities do not have their own authority in China. The People's Liberation Army, PLA, is obliged to participate in emergency response and coordinates in its activities with the responsible levels of civilian government. The PLA has designated units in military regions assigned to rapid emergency response. In emergency response, these military forces are to be used as the spearhead, acting quickly in dangerous and demanding situations. Closely following them, the China Fire Rescue CFR forces form the main professional rescue force. Nevertheless, in China, all citizens, legal persons and other organizations are obliged by law to participate in emergency responses. Further, China actually has dual system of emergency management. Parallel to the MEM system, there is the China Civil Air Defense Office, CCAD, which has overlapping functions with the MEM. But it is a civilian military organization led by the State Council and the Central Military Commission together. CCAD's tasks include activities that enable the population to withstand war-related distresses, natural disasters and man-made accidents. In peacetime, local civil air defense organizations are obliged to assist emergency management authorities. However, at the same time, the CCAD directs and manages the building of maintaining of air raid shelters and warning system, a project that is ongoing as we speak. In the past 10 years, development priorities of the emergency management system have included centralization and improving center-local coordination, building more professional rapid action emergency response forces, standardization, building up emergency material reserves, and increased usage of high-tech equipment and solutions. This, one must note, is an ongoing process. A key goal has been to establish central and local emergency management command centers with permanent staff and facilities in order to improve the combat readiness of rescue forces by implementing what is called a quasi-military management style on emergency management. The plan has been to place the CFR forces directly under this emergency management command center's command as a strictly disciplined force that is organized in a quasi-military manner to quasi-active service. The MEM has also promoted stockpiling of emergency supplies and equipment through building emergency storages at all administrative levels, as well as mapping out so-called capacity reserving enterprises for producing materials during emergencies. Further, improving the planning and layout of emergency shelters is one of the national goals. For example, the aim has been to build comprehensive emergency shelters which can function as emergency command facilities in key cities as well as disaster-prone areas and key counties. And this project, as said, is still going on. I end this with a few short recommendations. And as recommendations, first, I'd like to note that engagements with Chinese emergency management, such as offering disaster aid and exchange of information of natural disasters, might offer openings for dialogue through disaster diplomacy. Second, at the same time, following the development of emergency management and civil defense systems and the tone this work takes is also advisable, as it could offer some warnings where the things someday to take turn to worse. Thank you.
Thank you all for your prepared testimony. We're going to enter into a period now of Q&A. It'll be 5 minutes each. We'll do it in alphabetical order. But I take the prerogative of the chair to ask the first question. And I'd like to ask this of each of you, and maybe we'll just go in the same order that we just gave prepared testimony. I would love to hear from each of you your perspective on what type of indicators could we expect from the CCP, from the central government, from the security apparatus there, to telegraph that we may be entering into a period of conflict, and specifically related to Taiwan. What kind of indicators would each of you anticipate that we could see that might telegraph that?
Thank you so much for the question. I can go first. I think that from a narrative and a propaganda perspective, I think one of the first things that we'll start seeing is that over a period of time, you're likely to see demonization of groups of Taiwanese people and understanding that there is a significant cost of civilian life that is likely to take place. I say this because I think in a lot of Chinese propaganda, even at this point of time, although the rhetoric has changed since the new Taiwanese administration has taken charge, still there is an opening for dialogue. There is an opening of trying to engage with political forces in Taiwan, which the party believes are conducive to its objectives. But I think that you're likely to see that sort of narrative shift, where you're likely to see a closing of dialogue and a suggestion that everything has been tried, and a demonization of those who potentially were likely to lose their life. I'll stop with that to give others the opportunity to answer.
Thank you for this question. In addition to the language emanating from Beijing, both in top-level documents and in propaganda, I would really look at the grassroots, at the national security education campaigns, at trainings, at quizzes, at low-key events really held at kind of the lowest tiers of society to prepare citizens, especially those in less economically privileged situations, as well as the middle class, maybe with different targeted messaging, for harder times to come. Because this would be quite a significant development in view to pull off if we consider the economic downturn and pressure that China has been under, partly as a consequence of its internal security-focused COVID drive.
Yes, I have to agree with both the previous speakers about the importance of following what's happening in the grassroots and what's happening in the tone and rhetorics. Concerning emergency management, I would assume that if China would make a decision that it is going to invade, it would try to, or we would need to look into how people are prepared in the grassroots levels, also in terms of very concrete matters of emergency management. They could have trainings on evacuations, or how to take shelter, or just first aid for population, and especially in the regions around Taiwan, Fujian, Guangdong, Zhejiang, these provinces. What would be happening there in the grassroots? And if this emergency management rhetoric starts to talk more about external threats or enemies, this would be very obvious, obviously, but following what's happening there would be a key to this.
I want to follow up with you, Ms. Drinhausen. One of the things that you said really stuck out to me, and it was about preparing, I don't remember exactly how you said it, but kind of middle class, lower class, working class people in China to struggle, started using that message around struggle. And my question is, considering we're already hearing this type of language all the way to the top, and Xi Jinping, this how he talks about it, are you suggesting some of that messaging is kind of already happening, or is that more focused on an elite audience right now, and they haven't yet started talking to the people that you're referencing here, if that makes sense?
Yeah, thank you for that great follow-up question. It's somewhat difficult to answer because struggle and appeals to struggle are such kind of a fundamental part of the CCP's vocabulary, and has been for a long time. So the appeal to be ready to struggle is something that we have seen over the growing in mentionings in policy documents, in speeches, including in grassroots campaigns and outreach over the past 5 years and almost from the beginning of Xi Jinping's term. So it's quite difficult to determine if it's struggle or being ready to struggle for internal hardships as part of the economic downturn job market being worse off, or if it's part of the struggle for military conflict. And that's where I think Manoj Kewalramani's suggestion on really focusing on demonization of targeting that willingness to struggle to a certain topic or potentially emerging crisis is going to be key.
Can I, Commissioner Sims, can I add on to that point, please?
Yeah, quickly, please. Yeah.
Yeah, so I agree, and I think that I would contend that in fact what we're hearing currently has not much to do with conflict in the Taiwan Strait, this language of struggle. I think it has much more to do with the changing development environment and the shifting economic model and the challenges associated with that.
Thank you for that. All right, we'll start our alphabetical order with our esteemed Commission Chair, Commissioner Cleveland.
Robin, you're on mute.
You'd think I'd learned that by now. Sorry. Ms. Drinhausen, you said in the context you were talking about COVID and these policies of addressing self-reliance and economic coercion or having economic consequences. And although she has called on all to join this struggle, we should be monitoring weaknesses to his approach, not just these demands. Could you elaborate a little on what you perceive the weaknesses to be?
Yes, I'd be happy to, because I think it's just as important to not overestimate China as it may be risky to underestimate it in its capabilities in certain fields. And here, with that point, I was really thinking about issue areas, about policy areas where there was a clear kind of national security directive formulated essentially by the leadership. In the case of COVID, it was the war against COVID and zero COVID, absolute containment of the virus, and being able to pull that off as part of systemic competition. In terms of economic coercion against Europe, the goal was really kind of externalizing China's kind of discourse demands on Taiwan and on other issues, right? So there was in every case, and I could go into more detail, and it's going to be in the written testimony. We have many cases where there's quite a single-minded security area outlined that is then implemented in a way that is certainly not comprehensive, but where actually this kind of over-focus on one security goal leads to really, really fateful after effects. And in these two cases, I think it's particularly notable because there are two of the main underlying causes for the economic conundrum that the Chinese Communist Party finds itself right ahead of a key economic policy meeting.
If there was a widespread message that that was viewed as credible, that COVID in fact did start in the Wuhan lab, there was a long piece on this in the Washington Post this weekend. If there was that information disseminated in China in some meaningful way, what would the impact be on the leadership's sense of stability? That was
I'm happy to start here, and I'm sure others can actually add to that question. I do not think that this would hurt the leadership's credibility at this point, because this is something they have been preparing for in terms of the public opinion crisis, and they have been preparing for that for years by really establishing, including in state media, the doubts about the origin, or actually working on building certainty that the virus originated anywhere but in China and most likely in the United States. So I do guess to some extent this would really feed into the party's narratives of the world, and especially the US, being out to get China.
Interesting.
If I may add to that, if there were that scenario that people would really get to know this, it would certainly eat the party legitimacy. However, it would be silenced totally and censored and labeled as fake news. It would never make circulation in China in the first place. So it's a very theoretical question.
It's a theoretical question if we're looking at mobilization within China. It's not theoretical if we're looking at China's desire or ambitions for mobilization of support in the South and around the world. And so, if we singularly focus our message on China, then yes, I think you're probably right. It's a wall that's impenetrable. But the question is how well the message is communicated to people that China views as allies or potential allies.
That is a very good question, of course. If you put it that way, China cannot, of course, control the international narrative of its disasters. That's very clear. But it does have hold there, especially in Africa, where it trains the journalists and offers the news for free for
Right.
African press, for example.
Yeah.
If I could just add to that, I think that in that case, the message matters as much as the messenger. It would depend on who's delivering that message, who's releasing that information, and who's behind that information and its credibility consequently. I think if it's the US, which is the messenger, you're likely to see a very vitriolic campaign demonizing the US.
Agreed. I have another question if there's a follow-up round. Thank you.
Great. Next, we have the pride of Princeton himself, Commissioner Friedberg.
Unmute.
Oh, we're 0 for 2 on
Okay.
unmuting now. We got to.
Well, I pushed the wrong button, but thank you. Mr. Kewalramani, I wanted to start with you and ask a question of you and perhaps also Ms. Drinhausen. You made the point that there's clearly a connection between the internal and the external, and the perception of internal threat and external threat on the part of the leadership. To what extent do you believe that the leadership is currently stressing external threats primarily for the purpose of strengthening its control over the population, which it sees as facing a variety of challenges, including COVID, economic slowdown, and so on, versus, as it might appear from the outside, mobilizing the population in order actually to prepare to do something about what they might perceive as external threats like emanating from Taiwan? Which of these is really most important in your view in explaining what's going on? And as I said, perhaps I could start with you and then get Ms. Drinhausen's view.
Thank you so much for the question. My view is that I think there is a genuine belief that that the external environment has worsened, and that's impacting how the party is communicating domestically. I think Xi Jinping's statement last year during the 2 sessions where he name-checked the US, I think that was deliberate. It was also a recognition because it sends a message to the entire system that the top leadership is making this assessment public for everybody to know. So I think that, to me, that signifies that there is a genuine sense that this is a strategic long-term challenge and we need to mobilize society. Also, in terms of policies across the West of de-risking, I think that's sort of also led the system to believe that this is a long-term strategic issue and we need to mobilize all the resources domestically. I don't think it's simply about creating a red herring to mobilize people to bolster regime legitimacy.
If I can add to that point, I do think there's one important thing to understand, which is that kind of there is, from the start, a very close link between the internal threats that the government is fearing and external threat perception. And with external threat perception, the leadership generally, if you mention that, the leadership will think not about all of the world, but especially about Western countries and first and foremost the US, whereas other parts of the world, especially Global South, if we can generalize here for simplicity, are seen as potential allies in China's struggle, not just domestically but globally. But with that kind of close connection between the US as an external actor, you see repeating patterns in internal messaging and threat description, because when the Chinese leadership talks about subversion, secession, threats to the leadership, pretty much in every text in Xi Jinping's own books and writings about national security, you will find the reference to this being Western permeation, Western plots to destabilize China, because part of the basic logic is that the CCP itself cannot be the one that has triggered public unrest and pushback against its policies. So starting from that logic, I do think this explains why the leadership is behaving the way it does and in a way kind of turning this into a self-fulfilling prophecy by painting external actors as a threat out of a deep-seated belief and part of its own origin story, and then following up with its own actions and counteractions from international players that lead down into a spiral that has, for example, led to the European Union just imposing tariffs on Chinese electric vehicles, a key part of China's development and security interests in a sense.
Mr. Paltemaa, do you have a view on this, the relative weight of internal versus external threats and the perceptions of the leadership?
I have to concur with Dr. Drinhausen there that the Chinese Communist Party has extremely conspiratory worldview. So there is always a conspiracy going on against them. Maybe because there's always conspiracy going on in the party itself, or that's their worldview. So why wouldn't others act like they are doing? But then I think that external threats are maybe a step lower in importance than internal ones, because China is a very self-censored system and a country, and they have so much of their own problems that these external problems just come to add to them, but certainly in connection as has been argued here.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Glass.
Many thanks to the witnesses today. Dr. Paltemaa, I wanted to start with you about the development of an emergency management system and get your opinion. Do you think the development of such a system is a result that internally within the party, they actually think that their COVID response, that there were failures there? Meaning, I know what they're projecting publicly, that they, had this wrestled, they had quick action, but just wondering what you think the thought process was internally. And then what do you think the failures of that kind of system in China could be? So when we have meaning, what are the vulnerabilities? So when we look at centralization of some of the military decision-making, there's failures in that when it's deployed in the field because people don't feel empowered. And as we're thinking about threats and conflicts and things like that, what are some things that we should just kind of keep in mind that could be failings in the system that they are creating? And anyone else who wants to answer that too.
All right, thank you for the question. I'll start with this learning. Chinese practice is that everything this kind of a big event happens, they will come together and they will try to learn and make conclusions about what went wrong and what to learn. But in this case, it's difficult because it was a signature campaign by Xi Jinping, and the great leader is never wrong. So it's doubtful that they actually learned the right things. They would learn how to improve their health early warning system, for example, that failed in the beginning. They would learn maybe about the logistics, about supplying quarantined people and these kinds of things, technical things. But they would not learn about the basic problem, which is the fact that the leader can never be wrong. And that's something the system cannot really self-correct. As to the weaknesses, well, that is pretty much the weakness, that if this system goes wrong, it will continue going wrong until there's a correction from the very top. So it is very top-centered, top-down system, and it is not that flexible in responding to many emergencies. Localities may not have incentives actually to inform the higher levels about the emergencies because that's bad for their evaluation, for example. So there are very many problems with this the political framework, although the professionalism at the same time is there.
Thank you. Any additional comments from our other panelists? Okay.
If I may add to maybe one point, add to that. To turn it around, I do think it's also important to look at the strengths that the party has discovered in itself, in a sense, especially in relation to COVID-19. One was the ability to sustain such long mobilization, even though at some point it reached the pressure point and protests erupted. But the protests themselves were a learning moment at how well the kind of coercive, internally coercive apparatus functions. And they're talking about the surveillance state, the public and state security apparatus, and how quick they were in both containing protests, in identifying protesters, and intimidating them over months, and in really kind of containing to some extent the narrative damage, even if a loss of confidence lingers. To some extent, that kind of fateful pandemic has brought learning experiences for them, despite kind of the cost they have incurred.
Thank you.
All right, next we have our hearing co-chair, Commissioner Goodwin.
Thank you, Commissioner Sims. Mr. Kewalramani and Ms. Drinhausen, I suppose this question will be directed to the two of you, and I wanted to talk a little bit more about the comprehensive national security concept. Later today, we're going to hear from a witness who, among other things, will testify that she presides over a bureaucracy that simply is not, or at least has not been, conditioned, prepared, or incentivized to focus on security issues, and instead has been focused and incentivized to focus on development and economic growth. A dynamic that I suspect is even more pronounced on the provincial and local levels. I would love to hear your reaction to that and invite you to talk a little bit about the challenges that the PRC faces in implementing this concept internally and trying to strike that dynamic balance between security and development, given that dynamic within its own bureaucracy.
Sure, I can go first. So I think that there is a fundamental shift that's taken place, which is much more pronounced in the last 3-4 years, where security has been prioritized over development. While there is this talk about the need to have a balance between the two of them, security has clearly won out. And again, his speech at the 20th Party Congress emphasizes that with significant focus on security across all domains. Also, the legislative changes that Ms. Drinhausen talked about, those clearly indicate that the priority of any economic engagement, you're looking at security first. Even the upcoming third plenary session, which is expected next month, if you look at the Commission for Comprehensive Deepening Reforms that met recently, there's a confused messaging across the ecosystem. So in that situation, what provincial and local level officials are going to look at is who is being rewarded under what conditions for what outcomes. And increasingly what you're seeing is that people who are able to ensure security, who are able to ensure that are being rewarded. If you look at the outcomes of National Security Education Day, the propaganda around that, and the case studies that the party has publicized, it's essentially around how Chinese enterprises and Chinese corporate actors, how they engage with foreigners, and how they protect and preserve economic resources, whether it is data with regard to environment, data with regard to food grains and germplasm, and so on and so forth. So to me, I think the structure has moved to incentivize security, and it's no longer emphasizing development in the way it does. That doesn't mean that development isn't necessary. The primary focus, however, is security.
If I can add to the incentive structures for local cadres and officials, I do think it's really helpful for everyone to take a look at the long list of different types of security, and then think about all the different types of security that are formulated in a kind of sector or region-specific manner. For example, different security focuses: border security for Inner Mongolia, resource security for northeastern parts of China, right? And the same for different ministries. So as an official, you have this ever-expanding list of security types where you need to catch up, always be on the lookout. And to some extent, that is dispersing attention and drawing focus away from longer term, I would say, sustainable security of the economic system of society to performative security. So hitting the easiest target in terms of being able to show for security maintenance efforts. So this is certainly a weakness of the system. And in case of of larger crises or more quickly emerging crises, it would be also very interesting to see how the central national community commission systems and, for example, the Political Legal Affairs Commission interact, because on paper they have a relatively formal relationship with letter responding and feeding information to the former, but in terms of the political personnel, of the kind of basis of power, obviously the more established political legal affairs position is still, commission is still in a stronger place. Maybe one point on where it does bring new advantages and weaknesses, though, that shouldn't be underestimated. All this outreach and education efforts do create new patterns of communication, new networks that bring people together around a joint topic of national security, right? And to some extent, if the messaging, if the cause and mission statements and structures are streamlined, that is a valuable asset in any type of emergency scenario.
Thank you.
Commissioner Helberg.
Thank you to the co-chairs for the hearing, and thank you to the witnesses for their testimonies. I'm going to start with Mr. Kewalramani. In your testimony, you noted that after COVID, the Chinese Communist Party began to increasingly use advanced technologies to monitor and control its people. Can you elaborate a little bit more on the kinds of new technologies they're using to do so?
Unfortunately, that's not part of my testimony. I have a feeling that's Katja's testimony.
That wasn't part of my testimony, but it is certainly part of my research portfolio as MERICS, and I did point kind of to the establishment of these different new capabilities in the public security apparatus before. So in terms of use of technology, I mean, I think it's well known that the Chinese government has established almost nationwide coverage through cameras that are able to track, not just the location itself, but also patterns of movement, which are then summarized, evaluated in data centers. Certainly not all of that information is continuously tracked and saved, especially, but it does give, in crisis situations, a very good window into what is happening. And for example, that was a key way how the government was able to contain protests so quickly and so much less forcefully in terms of images going around the world, as for example in 1989. So seeing groups coming together on places and being able to disperse them quickly and strategically is part of the capability as was built. I mean, there is online communication tracking on top of that, and kind of many other pillars of the surveillance state that would deserve or have already enjoyed a separate hearing. But I hope this is informative for Assad.
Yeah. Is it fair to say that China is seeking to harden its technology sector against U.S. influence as part of the mobilization steps it's taking?
Yes, if I could comment on that. Yes, I think that is fair to say. I think if you look at legislation with regard to data security, for one, if you look at the focus on technological self-reliance, the focus on creation of national labs, the restrictions, also the selective sort of approval of certain kinds of investments, I think that there is an effort to try and firewall, if one would, while still trying to maintain certain degree of linkages, because of course you need access to certain kinds of technology, certain kinds of products, access to talent, and access to capital. So I think that there's an effort to try and firewall and define where exactly can you firewall while trying to remain open. And that I think is a fundamental contradiction of any de-risking policy in any country, where you're trying to define what kind of risks are you going to firewall yourself against while trying to remain open. So I think this is a dynamic effort that is continuing. And it's, to my mind, it's leaning towards greater firewalling at the cost of economic opportunities.
Do any of the other witnesses want to comment on that question?
Maybe if I can just add one point, I do think it is helpful to look at this comprehensive national security concept in a way as a curating system or as an implementing guideline on how China should manage, and not just its domestic governance, but also its international engagements. And there you do see all of these strategic priorities playing out in terms of which companies to let into the country, where China still needs investment, development, collaboration, which wants to shut out. Quite similarly, which types of information will China let continue to cross the international data borders, right? So if it's international media streaming into China, certainly not. If it's Chinese digital service providers and companies going out, as they're doing quite successfully, or have in the past done quite successfully, that's quite a different story. So kind of the level of permeation that is allowed in that thinking is unbalanced and part of the problem, but it is kind of the outlook with which the party tries to manage its relations.
Thank you. Mr. Kewalramani, do mobilization steps include efforts to accelerate the development of strategic technologies needed to fight and win wars, like autonomous robotic systems like drones, for example?
Yes, indeed, they do. I think there's been a call for developing, particularly when it comes to emerging technologies, for China to not only have self-reliance, but also develop capabilities that can leapfrog where the technology is currently in the West. And for that, I think a whole of society effort is currently underway. I think that Xi Jinping has repeatedly called on academicians, technologists to basically be patriotic and focus on that. There's been a greater emphasis on that across society. There's been greater recognition, therefore, for people who've worked on some of those domains which are seen as strategically significant, particularly from a conflict perspective also. So yes, I would agree with that assessment.
Are you able to comment on the kinds of technologies in particular that they deem strategic for mobilization? And that'll be my last question because I know we're a bit over time.
I think very broadly, I do think that certain things which are strategic in nature, so certain kinds of missile systems, but along with that also technologies that can give you asymmetric advantages, such as cyber-related technology, quantum technologies, and of course drones, and not just drones, but underwater vehicles also, unmanned underwater vehicles, and those kinds of things. I think that's been the focus predominantly.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Commissioner Katja.
Thank you, Commissioner Sims. And thank you to the witnesses. It was wonderful testimony. Really appreciate it, and appreciate the written testimony as well. One of the things that as I was listening this morning to you is, we're talking about all the actions that are going to take. We sort of haven't talked about what military or sort of deception operations might look like to distract the West, distract others from seeing these preparations. Let's just have each of you sort of comment on sort of what deception would look like in this environment, and what sort of the indications and warnings of it in your mind would be.
That's a really difficult question. Thank you so much for it. Let me hazard a certain attempt on it. I think that you're likely to see tremendous effort, at least from a narrative point of view, you're likely to see tremendous effort to try and position China as essentially being cornered into taking certain kinds of actions. This would not be the first choice. This would be the last sort of roll of the dice, and that's why you have to do some of these things. At the same time, you're likely to see extensive diplomacy to try and project an effort to build a consensus across particularly friendly countries, or countries that look at China in a favorable light, but also with, I think, Western nations. There will be an effort to try and build some sort of an understanding of what sort of red lines have been crossed and how those can potentially be addressed. There will be an effort to try and mask mobilization, particularly through pre-existing drills and pre-planned drills. If I could just go back to the experience of India in 2020, we're currently locked in a standoff with China in eastern Ladakh along our boundaries. And that mobilization happened following what was a planned routine drill, and then a turn by a certain number of troops. So I think that it's those kinds of activities that one is likely to see, where the effort will be to try and conceal it within normal operations. But I think the effort will be also accompanied by extensive diplomacy. That would be my sort of brief guess.
I maybe have only one point to add to that, because this is truly a difficult question to answer. And it is less to the strategic strategies that were taken, but more regarding the, I think, quite important overall environment that the Chinese government is currently creating or has created in the past few years when it comes to, building up our insights, our knowledge, our understanding of what is happening in China. I'm thinking here about the new anti-espionage law and drives in terms of really discouraging international actors, not just intelligence agents, but really researchers, consultancies, and so forth, to dig into what's happening in China with sources on the ground. We've seen quite a bit of government information disappearing for various reasons. We've seen, China's, for example, academic platforms and databases being partially scrubbed of literature that was available before, for example, on the concept of comprehensive national security. So this is certainly not only targeted at kind of a military conflict, because I would argue that at least for the moment, China is much more concerned about economic containment than about a military conflict. But it does serve the same goals in the long run, which is making it very difficult and just time-intensive, resource-intensive to gain really well-funded insights into China that kind of right-size developments, especially at a time where, for example, civil preparedness trainings can equally serve disaster prevention and response as they can be used in cases of military conflict. So this kind of dual use of many of the measures that we see, I think, makes it very hard to pinpoint.
Yes, as Dr. Drinhausen just noted, that's exactly in case of civil preparedness, they would do exactly what they are doing. They would just do more of it and call it better emergency preparedness. Because it is really interchangeable. Most of the skills and most of the resources that you put in this could, in time of external crisis, be turned into forces for mobilization, organizational material, and other training. As for deception, I mean, classical Chinese deception is to appear weak when you are strong. So. And in this case, it's how would that turn out in a Taiwan scenario? They would call on for negotiations and call off their military incursions and then strike when the moment is right. You can think about these kind of scenarios.
Thank you, Commissioner Sims. If it's all right, I'm just going to throw in one last question. I'll be done.
Please do. Yeah.
In the propaganda space, we've talked a lot about sort of drills and some of these other things. My sort of assessment is one of the reasons they did this, aside from, there are a lot of reasons they did the crackdown on tech companies, but one of the reasons was to ensure their compliance in sort of following orders from the government. The propaganda space seems to be sort of a leading indicator for me, and their use of it. How should we evaluate the technologies companies' compliance with the government's request, and then how should we assess whether or not the government would use, WeChat and these other platforms to sort of amp up the feelings of the population?
I think that some metrics just to look at how technology companies are complying. Firstly, I mean, from a consumer tech point of view, particularly a social media point of view, WeChat and companies like that, Weibo, I think one would look at what kind of censorship is taking place, what kind of conversations are being permitted at a certain point of time. I think that's a fair indicator of compliance from them. In terms of other kinds of technologies, sort of cutting-edge technologies that China wants to build, I think looking at where the money is being invested by even companies who may not be necessarily focusing on their traditional business models, might not necessarily be, say, semiconductors or certain other kinds of technologies, but they're bidding for those projects and they're being awarded those projects by the government, particularly on nationally strategically important projects. I think that's a good model to understand where the finances are going, where investments are shifting, to try and figure out whether there is a greater compliance, because a lot of these domains that the Chinese Communist Party wants technology companies to focus on may not necessarily be profitable in the short run. In a free market, you might not necessarily see companies making those large bets. So therefore, I think that looking at that in terms of where money is being invested.
I think we may have lost
two. Yeah, I think we lost him.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. Yep, you're back.
Yeah, so certain baselines that have been changed by China, particularly when it comes to Taiwan in the last few years, since House Speaker Pelosi's visit and since recently, since Lai Ching-te's speech, I think that shifting those to a normal set of operations where China, occupies Taiwan Strait, it encircles the island. I think if that becomes normal course of procedure, it becomes easier to suddenly move from there to an invasion. So I think that denying them that the normalcy of those kinds of actions is really important. I'll stop with that.
Commissioner Miller.
Thank you. And thank you to all the witnesses for your testimony. So they were very extensive and thus very helpful. We're an American commission, and like most Americans, we have a very U.S.-centric view of the world and our adversary as a potential conflict. So when we think of conflict, we typically think of U.S.-China. We probably think it likely relates to Taiwan. But what would you say has been the party's view in terms of the statements they put out, the rhetoric, in terms of adversaries that are not the U.S.? I mean, how much focus has there been, for instance, on Vietnam and the South China Sea? There's a lot of fireworks going on around the Philippines related to the Second Thomas Shoal and other issues in the South China Sea. Obviously, there's been problems with India on the border. How much of this rhetoric is focused sort of narrowly on the U.S. and all the bad things it's doing versus here are all the other security problems? We're getting ready for conflict, but the conflicts are diverse and there's a lot of bad actors and maybe calling any of these countries out by names. How much do we see that outside of just calling out, America specifically? I'd be interested in the thoughts from any of the panelists on this issue.
Sure, if I can go first. I think that in general, most of the criticism and most of the focus is on the United States. And these other actors are usually clubbed in, particularly in the context of what the kind of role that they play in US policy with regard to China. One of the challenges of the Chinese policy ecosystem and reflected in propaganda is that they don't necessarily tend to ascribe agency to a lot of the countries in the region, including India. And that, to me, is obviously a very flawed perspective. But I think the worldview is so US-centric and the paranoia is so US-centric that they don't necessarily tend to ascribe a lot of agency to these actors. You have seen, at least I have noticed, when it comes to India, when it comes to the Philippines, when it comes to Vietnam, in case of specific flare-ups, you've seen a focus on them. You've seen certain kinds of criticism, but it's nowhere compared to, say, the focus on the United States. And it is episodic. With regard to India, I think it's intensified and it's not so much episodic anymore. It's far more strategic. But with other actors, I think it's episodic. And I think it's also a reflection of the role that the PRC increasingly plays in the domestic politics of some of these countries, where essentially there's a situation where there are different groups and the PRC is trying to influence certain groups domestically. And as the governments change, they tend to view them far more favorably and the discourse sort of goes away. That's obviously not the case with, say, the United States or India.
I'll add one point to this and be very brief about it. I do think we see the same pattern of really neglecting the agency of any other actor than the United States, which is always painted kind of as the main driver behind all developments and kind of areas of friction that China endures. In a surprising long list of global interactions. The EU really stands out here as well because, looking just a few years back, the bilateral relations between countries, but also the EU and China overall were in quite a good state. And this, both the kind of securitization and punitive measures against individual European member states on various issues were really also what brought about a change within the EU's policy, member states' policies. But key messaging from China, if you look at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, of other kind of formal and informal actors going out at least officially, it's very often appeals to not follow down the path of the United States in terms of treatment of Huawei, of any other issue, and exercising Europe's strategic autonomy by continuing to work with China. And I think this positioning is really important to understand that that the appeal is you work with China, you are pragmatic, you will still have economic benefits if you kind of don't really declare yourself as part of the enemy camp.
Once again, I have to concur from European perspective, we are treated as an appendix of American foreign policy by the Chinese most of the time. While they are calling for more independent foreign policy for EU and European countries, they at the same time think that we are basically just playing the American game, and thereby their main target is really America. I just have to agree with both of the statements. He already heard that the other players are not really given a full agency, and Chinese seem to be reading the global politics and geopolitics through a perspective of what America is doing and how to counter American activities. Also from when we are talking about EU, which is very frustrating here in Europe, certainly.
Okay, I see my time has been gobbled up, so I'll stop there.
Next, we have our Commission Vice Chair, Commissioner Price.
Thank you. And thank you all for participating today. This is a very, very interesting conversation. I want to go back to some of your recommendations and give you a chance to expand on them just a little bit. So maybe we could start with Mr. Kewalramani. You particularly were looking at people-to-people programs. Why don't you start? Just expand on what you were talking about in your testimony.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to do that. The sense that I get when I'm tracking Chinese discourse and obviously public opinion, the sense that you get is that the party has been successful, in particular over the last 4 to 5 years, particularly since the COVID-19 pandemic, to reinforce the idea that the United States is a bad actor, and its intentions are to deny Chinese people their right to development as opposed to anything else. And that obviously strikes at the heart of a society which, despite the claims of alleviation of absolute poverty, still has significant challenges economically. And I think the party has been able to successfully make that case to the people. So I think that the more, particularly in the world that we live in, which is the information age, where there is really no domestic politics, there's a very thin line between domestic and foreign policy. And what you see is that it bolsters legitimacy for the party to be far more repressive. It justifies the kind of actions that it wants to take to keep the people, to mobilize people. And it further underscores the idea that the United States is fundamentally a bad actor, intent on denying China its right to development. Therefore, in that context, as you have fewer engagements, as you have fewer opportunities for people to talk to each other and for ordinary people to engage, it gives the party the right to make the case that it wants to make. And therefore, my recommendation is that there should be more opportunities, which particularly the pandemic disallowed, to try and engage with ordinary people, with scholars, with academics, and that the United States should not back away from that. For example, when Chinese students are visiting America, they should be welcomed. Now, I understand that there are security concerns, but the balance between security and being open is something that even the United States needs to maintain.
Thank you very much. Mr. Paltemaa, why don't you go next? Or Dr. Paltemaa.
Yes, Professor. Anyhow, my recommendation is about disaster diplomacy in case, and this actually connects very well to people-to-people diplomacy. China suffers from so many of different kinds of natural disasters, and there will be big events in the future. Unfortunately, we don't know when and where, how, but it is going to happen. And these are all, in international politics, these are occasions where you can try, if you have the political will, to establish more rapport, in this case with Chinese, through aid and basically engaging with them in this serious situation. It will build goodwill towards America, or it would build goodwill towards America, and it could open channels also to Chinese government. But in general, international disaster management relies on exchanges of information about, for example, wildfires or floodings, and we have extensive satellite systems and information systems. Exchanges of these kinds of information is some quite low tier, but nevertheless a concrete example where countries can work together and show goodwill with little expenses, but nevertheless probably quite efficiently in terms of creating goodwill.
Thank you. And Ms. Drinhausen?
I would like to add one point somewhat related to people, by making the point that the Chinese Communist Party, which sounds like a big, scary and very ambiguous entity, ultimately is also made up of individuals, of leaders who are shaped by their worldviews, a worldview that really is, to some extent, as we've heard today, paranoid, while at the same time being confident in its own abilities. But it is also made of people that want to have a certain sense of predictability. So I do think in formulating, in implementing protective measures against risks that the US and others identify as emanating from China, be they economic, technological, or otherwise, it is really important to stay in communication, explain to the Chinese side what the goals are, what the extent will be, to some extent also what the end and off-ramp will be in terms of putting very specific conditions to the measures taken, and explaining not just to China but also to a global audience why they are taken and why they are not taken out of an act of arbitrariness, as is our assessment with many of the measures that China has implemented.
I think I'll end there. Thank you all very much.
Commissioner Shriver.
Thank you. And let me add my thanks to the witnesses. This has been a really interesting discussion. I want to go back to a point I think at least two, maybe all of you made, which really the center of gravity here in this campaign, if you will, from Xi Jinping is the people of China and preparedness. This may be unknowable, but one wonders, how much of this is really effective. That the people who live in authoritarian systems are oftentimes the most sophisticated consumers of propaganda and of authoritarian messaging, and one could imagine a fair amount of eye rolling if the amount of Xi Jinping thought being taught is being increased in certain environments. But I do wonder, there's a difference between preparing a society for struggle and economic pressure and coercion and moving to war footing. And so this could be unknowable, but, is there a risk here that if she gives any indication to these very sophisticated consumers of information that he's moving to a war footing, that this would create risks for him? And second question related to that, are there opportunities for us? Commissioner Cleveland asked about the truth of COVID origin, but it strikes me that there's a number of ways we could inject information. For example, if she is the one moving to a war footing, and what does that mean for a PLA that's comprised entirely of only children? The only son they were allowed to have potentially going to be sent to war for a Xi Jinping vanity project. So welcome any response from the witnesses on sort of these issues of effectiveness, risk, if the public perceives move to war footing, and what opportunities there might be for us in this environment. And I didn't direct it at anybody. We can go in the order of the witnesses if people have comments.
Sure. Thank you so much for the question. I do think that there are significant risks. And I think, therefore, you're seeing the party's communication, say, most recently around Taiwan. As aggressive as it is also nuanced. It's leaving doors open. It's providing an explanation to the public as to what are the challenges, why has the situation changed, and what is prompting a far more assertive tone. I don't think the Chinese Communist Party, as much as I've argued that is far more risk tolerant and far more inclined to use force, I don't think it is trigger happy. because I think it still sees tremendous drawbacks in doing that from an economic point of view, but also I'm not necessarily sure that there is confidence of continued public support for the misadventure. I think the COVID-19 pandemic and the protests that happened towards the end of their zero COVID policy are indicative of this, that there are moments in which circumstances can be out of hand for even the most sophisticated surveillance and system of repression. So I think that I'm not sure that they're necessarily as confident about that and as sanguine about that. And therefore, you're seeing also when it comes to economic policy, when it comes to issues of property, and the proper real estate market, you're seeing far more caution, particularly to ensure that while corporate entities might suffer losses, the people don't necessarily lose out because that's a key concern. So if I was to extrapolate that to military conflict, I think we're far away from that.
Yeah, I would certainly echo that assessment, but would also like to add 2 points. First, about the sophistication of the recipients of the official messaging. I do think it's really, at least today, with the technological kind of shielding of the Chinese domestic information spaces, it's really important to distinguish between the sophistication regarding domestic messaging, whereas in the case of COVID, the population can quite neatly identify the reality gap between propaganda and what they're experiencing every day. But this is very different when it comes to the international environment, where when state media, when all social media around you create essentially a mirror universe. And as someone who spends a lot of time in Chinese media and sources, it's really quite a coherent kind of worldview in terms of how international events are reported. Then it's very hard to distinguish where kind of the inaccuracies are. You're much more likely to take that for fact simply because you do not have anything to contrast that against anymore. And there's power in that. And maybe to add 1 point in terms of the ability to kind of stay the course or compel citizens to stay the course, I do think it's going to be quite important and informative to look at the further development of Hong Kong, where the party has a very free and open society, which is 5 years ago, the streets were full with people demonstrating for their rights, has very effectively used kind of the political, legal, coercive apparatus with laws, with new institutions to actually quite fundamentally change a very free liberal society in a short amount of time.
Thank you. Commissioner Wessel.
Yes, thank you. Thank you to our chair and co-chair for arranging this important hearing and to all our witnesses. I want to follow up on Commissioner Shriver's question and others, maybe from a slightly different perspective, and to go back to part of the title of the hearing, which is looking at mobilization measures. Starting with you, Ms. Drinhausen, what I heard from you was a series of laws, regulations, and actions taken over the last couple of years to prepare for war and mobilizing the legal infrastructure as well as the opportunity to message to the public. Looking back at past conflicts, including the recent the conflict in Ukraine, there are indicators that led up to a conflict and telegraphed it. What specific actions do you think, or what specific gaps do you think there may still be in the legal and regulatory infrastructure that need to be filled, if any? What kind of messaging would you expect and at what pace, and this is for all the panelists, that would be delivered to the public? And what kind of time frame do you think would be necessary to get to a war footing where execution of a conflict with Taiwan most likely would have the kind of public support that she would want? Ms. Drinhausen, can we start with you?
Yeah, very happy to answer this question. But to pick up on the question itself, the measures I described that have been implemented since 2014 really I do think the main purpose was not to prepare for war. I do think they established a system mainly directed initially at containing domestic dissent protests, which is the first thing that Xi Jinping put his attention to, then shifted to containing to controlling the economic policy sphere. And now the attention of the Chinese Communist Party and state leadership is shifting to the international sphere and China's global interests, including territorial interests in the immediate vicinity, because it has built the capabilities or it feels like it. So maybe just to put that a bit more into perspective, what I do think this has done, though, is create, as you described, a system that can be quite, that can come in quite usefully in case of a military conflict. And what I would, especially with a view to a Taiwan scenario, be looking out for, also in terms of indicators, is really the approach that the Chinese government has taken in Hong Kong, establishing laws, regulation, enforcing laws, establishing kind of jurisdiction, as we've seen with entering vessels in the Taiwan Straits and so on, because this codification of party interests and then enforcing them has been a key part of the MO of Xi Jinping in his approach to governance.
But just to pull on that, thank you for that. But you talked about and mentioned specifically the national security law, the espionage law, etc. And aren't those the kind of laws you would want to have in place as tools to enter a conflict? And again, are there any gaps that you think need to be filled, or is the legal and regulatory structure in place? That does not mean they're ready to attack. That does not mean that there are not other mobilization efforts needed. But are there any questions in terms of that infrastructure, the central command, etc.?
I mean, one area where I would expect to see more potentially legislation, but also policies is really in regards to resources. But I do think that the hearing in the afternoon will address these questions, because when it comes to securing society, that has been achieved. When it comes to building capabilities and a kind of quite tight legal system, that has been achieved. But it's also about making sure that China has the adequate resources it needs going forward.
Okay. Other witnesses, any comments?
If I may, very shortly, I think no legal niceties would ever stop Chinese Communist Party to mobilize if needed, because it has all the political authority to do it. However, having a good legal framework would make it more prepared and therefore maybe more efficient.
So do you see any gaps in the legal framework, or?
I wouldn't, I'm not really an expert on that, but then I wouldn't really expect that they would build a legal framework before they would attack, because that is something that's about political strategy, and laws are always serving a little bit different function in China. They are about designating tasks to different agencies, not so much creating authority to the ruling party, which is ruling anyhow.
Thank you. Any other comments? If not, I will yield my time. Or I'm over my time, so I have no time to yield.
Well, it looks like we have just a few minutes here before we wrap up this panel. If we want to do a couple more questions, I believe Chairman Cleveland said you had a follow-up, so maybe we'll start with you, and if we have one or two others, maybe we can get to those as well.
Thank you. Really helpful hearing, in my view. I think, Ms. Drinhausen, you mentioned the passage of a new patriotic education law and a new education, two different pieces of legislation, and that will have an impact on the public sentiment and potentially mobilization. Could you elaborate on that, please?
Yes, I'm happy to. It also allows me to build on a point that my co-speaker just made, which is that laws mainly serve a kind of consolidating and legitimizing function. So we have already seen the public security-focused education campaigns, patriotic education, and so forth in universities over time. Now that this has been more or less established, laws usually function to seal in practices that have been established and serve as a foundation to expand on them. So I do not think that it's a key game changer in terms of how the government approaches public opinion, but it is a show of commitment to the course that was taken. So what we can expect is to see more of the same, with most likely just an expansion also of resources available for that, with more standardized curricula and outreach kind of guidelines for the actors tasked with actually bringing comprehensive national security to the citizens.
That's it. Thank you.
Any others who'd like to ask follow-up?
Leland, did you?
I had one. I don't want to stretch this over, but one of the issues that we're dealing with is trying to separate signals from the noise, and we've been. I think the testimony does a very good job in terms of documenting what we've seen and what we can read from that. There's an Eat Bitterness campaign, the same type of thing that we saw in the 1940s and 50s over land ownership, and in the 1960s over class struggle. So we're becoming attuned to certain signals that suggest that China is getting more unified, getting more serious about potential conflict. I'm wondering what signals we should be looking at going forward. Obviously, we just saw 4 American teachers get attacked. I don't think that's a signal of anything the Chinese government's done. They've actually been censoring it. But we do expect things to get tenser and tenser on the ground in China, whether it's foreign businesses that have usually been insulated from geopolitical tensions, maybe food brands or hotel chains, or maybe track 2 delegations which go, and then all of a sudden we see less of them coming here, and we're invited less over there. What are the signals we should be looking at for the next several years going forward that suggests maybe worse tidings ahead? And this is for any of the panelists.
Yeah, I mean, if I can take a crack at that, I think you've identified some of them very clearly. I think that if you see a refusal to try and engage and a closing of the Chinese, mainland's accessibility to the mainland. I think that what we've seen in the last few years is this sort of mixed signal, where at one level China is sort of offering visa-free opportunities to a newer range of countries, but at the same time its engagement on substantive issues is declining and has declined. And from an Indian experience also, I can say that I think it's declined. So I think that we need to focus on both of those aspects, whether ordinary people have access to the country and the nature of that access, at the same time, whether there is substantive engagement at different levels of government. Because I think that once the system closes in on itself, it becomes far more dangerous in some ways in terms of how it's preparing for potential conflict. The more engaged China is, the lesser the possibility or the probability of conflict. So I think those are the kinds of signals that I would look at.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah, maybe not just tracking the signals, but maybe how to interpret them or build kind of a tracking systematic effort that helps better understand what capabilities the government has built. Because many of the things we touched upon today, like disaster preparedness, like all the internal kind of feel-good messages around national security and against the struggle, they can serve very different functions. They can just be there to be prepared. They can be there for a case of domestic crisis. They can be there for international conflict. So I do think it's good to look at what is happening first and foremost in an instrumental way. What's the package that the Chinese government is building? And then really think about what has been built in the sense of scenarios. So what can this be used for in case A? What can this be used for in case B? Because to some extent that helps to not over-interpret and right-size the efforts that are happening within China while being prepared, being thinking about the potential uses that they can have in case the situation deteriorates.
Yeah, well, following what China is really doing with its conflicts, whether the activities there are getting harder or softer, talking about the Philippines, India, Japan, the South China Sea in general, this, I would think, would be a very good indicators, not long-term, they would be rather short-term or at best mid-term indicators, but this would be something that, well, I'm sure you are already following. And then there is this question of propaganda, which we already heard a lot. What is its tone? What is its content? Where is it directed to, and whom is it directed to? Maybe even who is allowed to be talking? Is it the Global Times trashing anti-American, or are they being silenced for some reason? There are very many indicators that you should follow also there.
Thank you all very much.
Great. Thank you all for your testimony. We'll go into a period now of about 10-minute recess, and we'll reconvene at 11:20 a.m. Eastern. Thanks.
Welcome back for the second panel of today's hearings, which will examine China's efforts to materially and financially prepare its economy for a complex scenario, including the imposition of broad trade restrictions or severe sanctions. We'll begin with Dr. Gustavo Ferreira, Senior Agricultural Economist with USDA and a Civil Affairs Ag Officer in the U.S. Army Reserve. Dr. Ferreira will assess China's dependence on foreign agriculture and efforts to build domestic food supply. Next, we're happy to welcome back Dave Collins, Baker Botts Fellow in Energy and Environmental Regulatory Affairs at Rice University's Baker Institute. Mr. Collins will assess Beijing's strategic energy reserves and their reliance on global energy imports. Finally, we'll hear from Dr. Zoe Liu, Maurice R. Greenberg Fellow for China Studies at the Council on Foreign Relations. Dr. Liu will detail China efforts to sanctions-proof its economy. Thanks again to all the witnesses for your testimony. The Commission is very much looking forward to your remarks. I'll remind all the witnesses to please try to limit their remarks to 7 minutes. And Dr. Ferreira, we'll begin with you.
Thank you. Good morning, commissioners and staff. Thank you very much for inviting me to this hearing today. Please note that I'm not here today on behalf of the U.S. Department of Agriculture or the Department of Defense, and I'm speaking only for myself. My testimony discusses the intersect between food security and national security in the People's Republic of China, with a specific focus on grains. This issue is of the highest importance for the PRC's government, and therefore it should warrant our attention here in the United States. This is because for millennia, the ruling class in this country has been extremely sensitive about ensuring food security for its population, given the precedence of famines and food crises that trigger political instability and regime collapse. While the PRC is the largest food producer in the world and has made remarkable progress in the food security space, the country also faces growing challenges to feed its population of 1.4 billion people. Furthermore, recent events such as the African swine fever outbreaks or the war in Ukraine reveal fragilities in the PRC food system. One must understand that the term food security translates literally to grain security in the Chinese language. Not surprisingly, the nation established self-sufficiency targets at 95% or higher for rice, corn, and wheat. Despite early successes, self-sufficiency rates for some food products fell below those targets. And in the early 2000s, the PRC's imports of grains and oilseeds began to soar to unprecedented levels. The country is now the world's largest buyer of key agricultural commodities. As an illustrated example, in the year 2000, the PRC combined imports of corn, wheat, rice, and soybeans were just above 10 million metric tons. Fast forward to 2023, and those same imports surged to 140 million metric tons. This 1,200% increase was mostly driven by soybeans, as the PRC now accounts for about 60% of the world's soybean imports, mostly supplied by the United States and Brazil. Early on, the United States was the PRC's top soybean supplier, but in the past 15 years, Brazil gradually claimed that title. As a response to this growing import dependency, General Secretary Xi Jinping made food security a national priority, and under his leadership, the PRC is now employing a multi-pronged approach to tackle this issue. Some of the main policies that I would like to highlight here include significant increases in public investment in agricultural research and development, with the goal of boosting agricultural production and the domestic seed industry. Another one is the diversification of the PRC pool of agricultural suppliers to mitigate geopolitical risk for the United States. Also, a noticeable expansion in grain stockpiles. And because of its importance, this issue merits a more detailed discussion. The PRC now maintains large stockpiles of selected grains, but these are state secret. Therefore, outsiders can only speculate about their location, true size, and quality. Nevertheless, official communications state that the PRC has built nearly 700 metric tons of grain storage capacity. Furthermore, USDA data provide evidence that the PRC has amassed very large commodity stockpiles. As an example, in 2023, the PRC alone accounted for 67% of the world's corn stocks and nearly 60% of the world's rice stocks. Another important unknown here has to do with the question of how long this strategic reserve will last in the event of a conflict or major disruptions to trade. Anecdotal evidence seems to indicate that the PRC has somewhere between 1 to 2 years worth of stocks. However, there are also questions about the conditions of those stockpiles, given the complexities and the difficulties associated with maintaining the quality of so much grain over time. Despite this effort to improve its food security status, the PRC faces significant challenge in the future, and I would like to highlight a few. First, the loss and shortage of farmland due to rapid urbanization, widespread pollution, and uses of land for other non-agricultural purposes. Second, climate change and its impacts on agricultural production, not only in the PRC, but also in main supplying nations. Third, a decreased availability of agricultural labor, which could constrain ongoing efforts to expand domestic agricultural production. And the last one, water scarcity. The United Nations assessed that PRC is now facing extreme water shortages due to growing demands for the agricultural sector, rapid urbanization, and pervasive pollution of water sources. Climate change will only worsen water shortage in the PRC. The bottom line is that it is very difficult for outsiders to discern whether the PRC's actions to improve its food security are just a government reaction to this structural challenge or another step in the preparation for conflict. Nevertheless, U.S. observers should attempt to identify and monitor developments in the PRC's food and agriculture space, especially those that deviate from normal market signals and that could be part of a larger political calculus. An example of such indicator would be the noticeable surge in soybean and soybean imports in the context of very low profit margins for Chinese hog farms or decreasing domestic demand for pork meat. My main policy recommendation focuses on improving our ability to better assess the true food security situation in the PRC. To achieve that, I propose a close interagency collaboration between non-Title 10 and 50 federal agencies that have technical expertise in agriculture and trade, and the intelligence community, which could collect new information and data related to PRC's food security space. Such cooperation could yield important wins, such as the identification of early food-related indicators that may signal potential preparation for conflict. Lastly, if the United States is to effectively leverage the PRC dependency on food imports as part of a broader economic statecraft, it will need to work closely with other global agricultural powerhouses such as Brazil, Argentina, Australia, or Ukraine. This will involve strengthening our economic and diplomatic ties with these nations and perhaps even beginning to design compensation mechanisms that will incentivize these nations to use agricultural trade to pressure the PRC in the event of a conflict. With that, I conclude my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ferreira. Mr. Collins.
Dear committee members, it's a great honor to testify this morning. And to the audience, thank you for participating in this vital process. It's great to be here with you. Energy production and storage trends are an important signal that a country may be preparing to engage in warfare. Consider the case of Nazi Germany, which despite a global depression, increased its coal production nearly twofold between Hitler's taking power in 1933 and the invasion of Poland in 1939. Energy activities retrospectively show that Berlin was on war economy footing years before it marched troops into the Rhineland, annexed Austria and the Sudetenland, or invaded Poland. In an uncomfortable historical echo, the Chinese Communist Party has escalated the militance of its rhetoric and actions over the past decade, while Chinese firms have engaged in a massive energy infrastructure build-out implicating coal, oil, and natural gas. It is beans, bullets, and black oil on an unprecedented scale. China has undertaken world-class efforts on all three fronts, but I'll restrict my remarks today to energy, the black oil aspect. China relies upon three import-exposed energy commodities for approximately 80% of its total primary energy usage. Coal underpins China's massive world-leading energy system, which is about 1.6 times larger than that of the United States, and accounts for about 56% of primary energy use. Oil follows at approximately 17% of total primary energy use and propels most of China's goods transportation activity, particularly outside of the rail system. Natural gas comes in third place at about 9% of the total energy use in China. China now imports about 70% of its crude oil, the core fuel for modern maneuver warfare. Furthermore, PRC oil companies, despite spending more than $1 trillion in capital over the past 2 decades, have still not been able to drill their way out of the trend of rising oil import dependency. It is perhaps then unsurprising that of the three core fossil fuels, PRC entities have most heavily focused on oil storage. China's oil consumption has roughly doubled since 2005, while oil storage capacity has tripled. China's total crude storage tank capacity is now likely north of 1.8 billion barrels. That's about 30% larger than total U.S. oil storage capacity, even though the U.S. still consumes about 25% more oil than China does. Data from Breakwave Advisors, Kairos, and Ursa Space Systems suggests that between 2016 and early 2024, China's total above-ground crude oil inventory has ranged from 850 million to a bit over 1 billion barrels. This number includes multiple above-ground strategic petroleum reserve sites with a total storage capacity of approximately 200 million barrels of crude oil. China also now has operational underground crude oil storage facilities at Huangdao, Jinzhou, Zhanjiang, and Huizhou, which between them could store at least 100 million barrels of additional oil. Breakwave's analysis indicates that over the past 2 years, Sinopec, PetroChina, and CNOOC, which collectively control the lion's share of crude oil tank capacity, have typically utilized from 55 to 65% of their tanks' total volume. Above-ground tanks can in many cases store 80% of their nameplate capacity, suggesting that China could have nearly 300 million barrels of additional headroom across its oil storage complex if it chose to maximally stockpile ahead of an expected contingency. That's enough oil to run a modern air-sea ground military for well over a year, among other uses. So what are some strategic warning signals we can potentially watch for from the energy space as pertains to China? Signal number one, a significant upward departure from the trailing 3-year and 5-year average above-ground crude oil storage utilization rates. Above-ground tank storage capacity utilization beyond 65% should be treated as a yellow flag, justifying deeper scrutiny. Signal number two, construction of more underground crude oil storage facilities. Signal number three, greater levels of tanker activity at a given oil port than visible above-ground storage capacity would justify based on refinery runs and inventory measurements. This could be a proxy indicator of nearby underground facilities being filled. Signal number four, construction of new overland oil pipelines from Russia and or Central Asia or expansions of existing overland oil pipelines. Signal number five, increased activity at refined product storage depots within 500 miles of Taiwan. One way to do this would be to use satellite monitoring of volatile organic compound emissions. Signal number 6, expansion of coal inventories beyond their trailing 3-year and 5-year average levels. As more Chinese coal plants begin to use covered coal sheds, this may require synthetic aperture radar monitoring of power plants' rail connections, as well as the stockpiles at coal mines themselves. Signal number 7, PRC attempts to interfere with synthetic aperture radar measurement in the vicinity of known or suspected energy storage facilities. Policy recommendations for Congress. 1, immediately fund intensified observation and analysis of current and suspected PRC energy storage locations, particularly for crude oil, but also coal and natural gas. Key agencies involved might include the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency and the Departments of Energy, Commerce, State, and Treasury. Maximize the use of commercial off-the-shelf data and technology to accelerate the effort and ensure that it stays at the cutting edge of remote sensing technology while also optimizing the cost to taxpayers. Congress should also fund unclassified efforts by academic researchers focused on Chinese energy infrastructure, how it's managed, and how it might be used to facilitate and prepare for intensified malign activities and, in a worst-case, warfare. Such efforts should feed an economic warning fusion center that provides advice across cabinet-level agencies, the intelligence community, and the Defense Department, with a particular focus on U.S. Indo-Pacific Command. For an annual expenditure that would likely approximate the cost of a few missiles, the U.S. government would hereby gain a set of insights into PRC energy stockpiling and strategic energy sector behaviors that could help it better anticipate coming kinetic conflict should General Secretary Xi Jinping choose war. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Dr. Bell.
Hearing co-chairs Commissioner Sims and Commissioner Goodwin, Commissioner members and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I also commend the Commission for calling a hearing on this critical subject. My testimony today will focus on China's efforts to counter the weaponization of the U.S.-led international trade and financial system. To mitigate China's perceived vulnerabilities, China has pursued both defensive measures and offensive measures. And I also wanted to say that China's economic growth slowdown and its domestic economic wounds will not stop the Communist Party of China and the Chinese government from fortifying defense against potential Western financial sanctions. Such determination is driven by two primary factors: the perception of U.S. containment necessitating the pursuit of self-sufficiency, and the Chinese President Xi Jinping's prioritization of enhancing China's financial security as an integral to national security, as well as his aspiration to build up China's financial power. Now let me begin with the defensive measures. On the defense side, the Chinese government has pursued three primary strategies to fortify the Chinese economy against potential sanctions by diluting the U.S. dollar's centrality and developing an alternative system. As a result, the renminbi has become the largest cross-border settlement currency between Shenzhen and Hong Kong for 4 consecutive years. In 2023, cross-border renminbi settlement amount exceeded renminbi $52.3 trillion, which marks an increase of nearly a quarter year-on-year. And in December 2023, the share of renminbi used in global payment and settlement reached over 4%, which marked an increase of over 2 percentage points throughout across a year, through the course of a year. Now, the three strategies. The first strategy is that China has supported and promoted regional and multilateral currency and financial cooperation through regional or non-Western partnerships, notably the Shanghai Cooperation Organization and the BRICS. Secondly, since the 2027 to 2028 global financial crisis, the Chinese government has also put resources in developing and expanding a renminbi-based financial infrastructure called the cross-border interbank payment system. And in fact, even before the West collective sanction of Russia, China's CIPS system has already been perceived as an alternative to the SWIFT system on which the US dollar dominates. Thirdly, China also aims to improve the renminbi's role in global commodities pricing, especially in the transition to clean energy. And in the medium term, China aims to capitalize on the current energy transition to cultivate a natural gas yuan emulating the petrodollar. In the medium to long run, China could also leverage its dominance in critical mineral supply chains and its partnership with mineral-rich countries. Now, on the offensive side, in the worst-case scenario of a militarized conflict or financial war, Beijing would probably not confine itself to financial defense, but could respond with two detrimental retaliatory measures. First, China could strategically leverage its critical status in global supply chains and impose export controls on some controlled items. And in fact, through 2020, China has been strengthening its export control regulatory framework by introducing the export control law. Secondly, China could also deny foreign access to critical infrastructure, especially ports around the world controlled by Chinese state-owned enterprises or state-affiliated entities. My research found that domestically, China has more shipping ports than any other country in the world. Globally, China invested in over 100 port projects, and which include 73 in Asia, 33 in Africa, 11 in Europe, 9 in South America, 9 in North America, and 5 in Oceania. 10 port projects with majority Chinese ownerships have physical potential for naval use. Now, I encourage the U.S.-China Commission and members of Congress to consider the policy recommendations to strengthen U.S. financial leadership and keep China embedded rather than excluded in the U.S.-led system. First, Congress should consider developing mechanisms to offset the potential impact of the Rebuilding Economic Prosperity and Opportunity for Ukraine's Act. In fact, this morning, G7 also reportedly to have reached a deal to give Ukraine $50 billion in loan backed by frozen Russian central bank reserves. While such actions may be seen as optimal solution under current geopolitical circumstances, it could undermine trust in the dollar-based system. To mitigate this risk, Congress can consider empowering the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation and offer a credible alternative to China's state-led effort in development finance that aims to advance renminbi-based financial system. Second, Congress may also want to consider measures to update U.S. law to combat the illicit use of digital asset, which is critical for U.S. national security. Part of the reason is also because the availability of digital assets and their inter-exchangeability with other assets offer new ways to bypass financial sanctions. Thirdly, Congress should also strengthen U.S. critical mineral supply chain security and resilience to support continued U.S. leadership in a decarbonized global economic system. And I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. I'm going to follow the lead of my hearing co-chair and also exercise the prerogative of the chair to kick off the questioning here for our second panel. Mr. Collins, I have a couple questions for you. You identified the construction of new overland pipelines from Russia or Central Asia as being one of the warning signals. Just curious now what the composition of their natural gas imports, how it can be broken down between that delivered via those overland pipelines versus delivered to LNG terminals via ships.
So in terms, I would have to, I don't have the exact spreadsheet in front of me, but the bottom line is it's maritime dominant at this point. I believe they can take on the order of 55 billion cubic meters a year through the existing lines coming from Central Asia. They're working on a fourth. There's 3 lines in service right now, lines A through C. Line D is under construction, but it doesn't necessarily look like they're trying to set a world speed record with that. I think there's price negotiations going on, but the line at least nominally is under construction now, which evinces intent to finish it at some point moving forward. They have the Power of Siberia 1 pipeline coming in from Russia. I believe the nameplate capacity on that's targeted to be about 38 billion cubic meters a year. Last year, I think they took 23 BCM through that pipeline, so it's still far from fully utilized. And there's negotiations going on right now over the Power of Siberia 2 pipeline, which I'd have to check and see what at least the initial expected nameplate is, but it seems like the price negotiations have hung up there, that the Chinese want a very low price and the Russians want a higher one. But the total amount of inbound LNG capacity at this point, I think, is something it's well above 100 BCM a year. I was thinking it's 130 to 140 of capacity. So they're building overland and maritime, but they're still pretty heavily maritime oriented, and they import about 40% of their gas use overall.
Okay. Shifting gears, in your written testimony, you talked about a strategy that was just announced by the NDRC, I think last month, for establishing a system of dispatchable coal reserves, with the goal of being able to quickly ramp up coal production on demand and as needed. Obviously, I know the focus of your testimony was stockpiling as a strategic warning indicator. And my question is, should we view the establishment of a system of reserves or production controls differently than traditional stockpiling, or do you view them all in the same bucket?
That's a phenomenal question. So coal and gas and oil are they're part of a common energy complex, but I chose, and I mean, my written testimony, as you point out, reflects that. I chose to treat them differently because coal and its role in energy security and the role that oil plays in energy security in China are viewed very differently, because coal at the end of the day is an engineering and infrastructure problem. And I think this dispatchable reserve base reflects that, where they say, look, we'll accept what's effectively a capital loss to try to build this large and not necessarily consistently used capacity, so we have that ability to surge in the event of a whole number of challenges. It may not be necessarily something that's a security contingency. It could be for future heat waves. It could be for future winter storms like what we saw in 2008. It basically enhances their energy resilience because it's so fundamental to their system. Oil is something that's viewed as more of a resource problem, and it's more overtly securitized because they're acutely aware that the vast majority of their imports come by sea, and at least in theory could be subject to interdiction by the U.S. or its allies. So those are going to be treated and viewed somewhat differently, and that's why we, I think, see the policies and approaches we've seen thus far.
It's helpful. Just real quick, I know I'm almost out of time. What's the impact, I guess, staying in the coal sector, what's the impact of all these efforts on the market? You mentioned that coal, the total energy use, it makes up about 56%, but electricity generation is much higher, predominantly coal. Demand is certainly going up. The objective being to put another, tens of millions of plug-in electric vehicles on the road in the coming years, underpinned, as you said in your testimony, by China's coal-fired electric infrastructure. So given those dynamics, what's the impact of these production controls, establishment of reserves, and stockpiling on the market, especially given some of the volatility we've seen in the coal-fired power generation market over just the last 3 or 4 years?
Correct. And again, another great question. So when you look at the coal space in China, in some ways, when you think about what might be in the mind of policymakers thinking about a dual circulation strategy where they basically bring key inputs much more substantially under their control, and they use that to facilitate higher value-added interactions, through exports and other things with the outside world. The coal sector is really a microcosm of that because China has become so big and you have such a large domestic capacity, and then now we're building in even this surge production capability that I think in some ways it almost becomes its own special market, that certainly they'll still deal with the global coal market. You still see exports from Indonesia and Australia and places like that. But I think we see more of that lean on the metallurgical coal side. As far as thermal coal, it's really its own universe at this point. and they'll take volumes from the global market to the extent that they need them. But the way I've increasingly viewed this surge capacity in some of the domestic investment is they really want to push as much of that out as possible and just maximally domesticize the coal system.
Great. Thank you very much. Going in reverse alphabetical order, start with Commissioner Wessel.
It's the one benefit of having a last name starting with a W on this commission. Thank you all for being here. If I could get a fairly quick answer to my first question, because I have some others, but as we look at the potential lesson or one of the lessons from the Russia's invasion of Ukraine, I think it surprised a lot of people as to the duration or the durability of the conflict. Have either of the first two witnesses seen an acceleration of stockpiling and other activities resulting from the duration of that, meaning that they think that the ability to sustain sanctions or that a conflict could be of greater duration, that they have to plan for more stockpiles? Mr. Ferreira, can you start?
Sure. Thank you. Thank you for your great question. Yeah, I mean, the conflict in Ukraine brought agriculture issues front and center,
right.
And specifically, you know, the strategic importance of trade of grains and oil seeds, and it caught China right in the middle of an effort to expand its pool of suppliers, and Ukraine was regarded as a key actor in their strategy. So that threw a kink in that plan. But what it didn't alter the course in terms of stockpiling and increasing food self-reliance in the food space. I think it just accelerated. It really alerted the Chinese authorities about the perils of this food supply chains, especially in an environment where some commodities are literally in the hands of 2 or 3 producers globally, and it takes one to be knocked out of the system to, you know, bring a lot of external shocks to the markets. So yeah, so I'll say it just confirmed the course and the need for the certain policies that are in place.
Mr. Collins?
And I would echo that answer, I guess, to give you somewhat Texan analogies. If you think of the Chinese energy system writ large as a Ford F-250 diesel pickup truck, what the war did is it caused them to dial up the turbo boost by a few pounds per square inch. That engine was already running and it was spooled, but it's definitely given incentive to accelerate the efforts to try to insulate themselves both from unintended impacts of conflicts elsewhere in the world, as well as seeing how Russia has become the subject of, you know, such draconian sanctions and, you know, things that the position of dependency and vulnerability they'd rather hedge against.
Okay. Mr. Collins, a follow-up question to your signal 5, which was the question of identifying, I guess it was jet oil and other fuels in proximity to Taiwan. Do you have is there any current reporting that you're aware of that would indicate sufficient capabilities to execute on a Taiwan contingency, or do we not know?
I mean, I think, and, you know, tell me if I'm doing a litigator deconstruction of the question that you view as inappropriate, and I'll stop. But if we're looking at energy capacity to execute in terms of making sure there's enough marine fuel for ships if they decided to move, enough jet fuel for aircraft. If we look at the example of what's happened in both Russia and especially Ukraine, where they basically created the largest truck fleet in Europe, if you look at interview accounts to keep their military efforts supplied with fuel, China's would be a lot more fuel intensive because it's more mechanized. But I think in terms of just supplying a military operation, At this point, there's infrastructure there that could do that. If you're talking about, sort of the broader war effort, that's a much deeper military question, and there's a lot more sub-issues with that. But from a narrow energy perspective, I think the basic answer at this point is likely yes.
Thank you. If there's a second round, because Ms. Liu, Dr. Liu, I have some questions as well. But my time is up.
Great. Commissioner Sims.
Thank you. Thank you all for your testimony. I have a kind of a three-part question, and you each can take it in whatever direction you would like to go. I would love to hear, given that the context of this hearing is about China's preparation for, extreme scenarios, perhaps conflict. What is your assessment of their biggest weakness in terms of preparation? Second, what do you believe they assess as their biggest weakness in terms of preparation, if you think those are different than your own assessment? And then how aggressively do you see them moving to mitigate those weaknesses? And Dr. Lewis, since you didn't get in on the last one, maybe we'll start with you and then go to Mr. Collins and Mr. Ferreira.
Thank you, Commissioner Sim, for your question. My assessment of China's own assessment of its biggest vulnerability in Taiwan contingency is social mobilization of the PLA. And the reason I say this is because right now, more than 80% of the PLA combat forces are the so-called one-child generation. And this one-child generation not only has the responsibility of raising 3 children, they also have to raise their parents on both sides. So from that point of view, it is extremely difficult for the government to convince the moms, the grandma, the grandpa, this is a great idea. And then on the other hand, China's demographic trends is already on the decline. So from that point of view, the Taiwan contingency, the demographic aspect is very much a perceived vulnerability. And I have seen the Chinese government trying to mitigate that by mobilizing its women. And this is recently there is this TikTok video going viral on the internet, which is China's very first female battleship captain. The interviewer asked her a question. Are you afraid of going to war? Her response is, yes, I am afraid, and I am afraid that the government does not send me to war. Thank you for the question.
Mr. Collins?
So this time I'll reverse. I'll start with the more philosophical, and then I'll give you the narrow energy response. So at the philosophical level, I think what Dr. Liu is saying is it's certainly something we watch. I mean, when you think of the U.S., for all of our other foibles, we get involved in military operations fairly frequently. We have sometimes almost societal level crises. It seems like, every 10 or 15 years now. And so even if we're viewed as chaotic, we've been out on the football field and we've shown that we can take hits and we're resilient. We find ways to recover. And I think maybe one of the paradoxes of the relative, at least outward impression of order that we see from China is there's not the same level of that kind of testing. So we don't really know how things would go until it actually happens. On the more narrow energy front, if we look at kind of the 4 big areas, you have renewables, which I put in their own category because they're intermittent and they have to be backed up by battery and fossil resources. Those are set aside. Coal, they're working very aggressively, as we've already discussed, to make sure that they can ensure energy abundance and avoid shortages. Natural gas, they're basically working to bring inventory and stockpile coverage levels up to something closer to what you might see in the United States or Europe. Oil, I think, is the most acute vulnerability. This is my own assessment, but I think when you delve into the Chinese writings, and in particular where you look at where their actual emphasis has been expressed through action, it's been on the oil and oil storage sector.
Mr. Ferreira?
For the food security space, the Achilles heel for the PRC truly is the dependency on imported oil seeds. The thing is, in terms of this, in terms of how the PRC government is approaching this, it has to be acknowledged that we don't know the size of their stockpiles. As I stated before, it's a state secret. But even from conversation with colleagues, even the central government probably does not even know the true size of those stockpiles. I mean, they're massive. They're scattered across the provinces. There's issues with data, accuracy of data, and reliability of some provisional data. So in terms of how to address this issue, the PRC knows there's no quick solution to it. And actually the way they're addressing it is just like they're eating the elephant one bite at a time, but none of those solutions will ever, unlikely will fix the issue. And I'll give you an example. So South America itself produces enough soybeans to supply the annual needs of China. However, that will put them on a very precarious situation because they will literally depend on the weather and crop conditions on one part of the world rather than having a diversified pool of suppliers. So they're aware of that. So they're approaching this issue with very multiple layers of policies and angles to it, but understanding that there's no way they're going to overcome this fundamental weakness.
Thank you.
Great. Commissioner Shriver.
Thank you, and let me add my thanks to the witnesses. This is really a fascinating discussion spurred by your excellent statements, so thank you. It occurs to me that really the only way there's war in Asia is offensive PLA action. I mean, it's absurd to think Japan's not going to attack China, Philippines not going to attack China, Taiwan's not going to attack. I know they'll wrap it all up in defense of sovereignty and core interest and the like, but these moves towards resilience really strike me as, objectively moves towards preparation for offensive military action. And so for my mind, that creates a challenge for us to ensure that deterrence holds. And so I don't know if this gets outside your remit in terms of deterrence theory and all that, but I'm wondering if you have an opinion in each of the areas you addressed. Are there things we should be doing to demonstrate further that we can hold them at risk? Should we be exercising blocking the Malacca Strait? Should we be talking to Ukraine, who can't be very happy with China right now, giving their backing of Russia, about what a collaboration on a food security initiative might look? And so I think you get the point. Are these potentially valuable tools for us in terms of a deterrence strategy, or in your opinion, would it only fuel more paranoia and then we start to move on your indicators and we're sort of in a different kind of security dilemma in that regard? And start anywhere.
If you want, I'm happy to take a first crack at that. Yeah, so it really gets into that fundamental dilemma of how can I lean far enough forward to deter you, but not so far forward that it makes you want to go ahead and launch and initiate conflict or somehow intensify that spiral. When we look at the energy side, I think you have to really bifurcate it. If we're looking at the electricity system, that one is very well insulated because of the coal, renewables, and hydro intersection. I mean, you get marginal contributions from natural gas. Oil doesn't really factor into that. Anything that holds the electricity system at risk is, I think, by nature going to be fairly escalatory because it either will require kinetic action within PRC borders or destructive cyber actions. And, it's something where we would obviously be, not only would it be escalatory in and of itself, but it would expose us to retaliatory action, potentially of a very similar nature. When you think about oil, and I think this also touches on the food question to some extent too, because so much comes by sea, there's a couple different ways to look at that one. If you're thinking about the rungs on the escalation ladder as you try to show, okay, what can we hold credibly at risk? If you think about using mines to close waterways, and potentially curtail imports that way. That's one that's probably medium escalation. But when you're looking at, for instance, refining and storage of crude oil, particularly if you're trying to accelerate the outcome of whatever pressure that you're exerting, or at least you want to show that that's something that you could actually do, that again brings you back into the territory of into the realm of having to ponder strikes on the Chinese mainland, which, I know there's a very robust debate in DC and elsewhere now on this, but it's one again that you get into fairly high escalation territory quickly, and we also have to comprehend, and I say this sitting down on the Gulf Coast here, that we ourselves have real vulnerabilities that they have increasing capabilities to exploit as well, and we have to be cognizant of that.
Thank you.
If I can quickly pick up on that, I would also wanted to say that deterrence really, we need a long-term deterrence, and that means we need, as a country, to have long-term exposure so that we can have leverage in the long run. And right now, a lot of China's perceived insecurity, in a way, is very much can be said as an overreaction to a lot of the defensive measures that the United States is taking. So I do think that punitive measures against China's unfair practices are necessary and indispensable. But over-reliance on sticks to punish China perhaps would fuel their additional paranoia. But thank you very much, Commissioner Shriver, for your excellent question. That's totally legitimate.
Mr. Chair, if there's time, I'd like to hear if Mr. Ferreira has any.
Sure. In the agriculture space, I think remaining a reliable and affordable supplier of food products to the PRC is probably the best deterrence that we can, design. We are intrinsically connected by this massive trade, and a conflict with the PRC will, obviously will result in the loss of that market, and it will have significant structural shocks into our agricultural sector. Now, if we want to be proactive and prepare ourselves and lean forward, we'll have to start designing policies of what to do with those surplus. We'll amassing massive surplus. I mean, we are already, after the trade war, we already started to diversify our exports to markets away from the PRC, and we've been fairly successful in finding new buyers for our products. But it's something that we had to be forward thinking about it if that scenario materializes. So we're not, our farmers and rural communities are not completely caught off guard.
Commissioners, I just had a 10-second supplement, if you'll allow me, that I realize I'd left off, is I think we have to distinguish between basic commodities like food and energy goods and higher end things like semiconductors, AI algorithms, and those types of goods that could empower the Chinese in a competition with us. We have to remember that during the Cold War, even during the deepest, darkest parts, we traded grain with the Soviet Union to a significant degree, and we still won that competition. There's a lot to be said for an abundance agenda that leverages our food and energy production capabilities here as a key part of our competitive strategy.
Great. Thank you. Vice Chair Price.
Yes, and thank you all for your participation today. This is very, very interesting. And my first question was actually just answered by Mr. Ferreira. So I'm going to go on. A quick question to Mr. Collins. You gave us a list of warning signals and you began to answer Commissioner Wessel with regard to one, but on your whole list, do you see a place where we should be very focused in right now?
Certainly, and so I'm going to glance quickly at it here so I can give you a reasonably productive response. I think if you're taking all of this and you're trying to distill, okay, what should action item number one be that, we start on, proverbially speaking, the minute we get off the call here, really taking an integrated remote sensing-based view of some of the energy inventory management practices, especially to the extent that we can go back in time. There is great satellite data. And to put in a plug for Ursa Space Systems, who I've worked with before, we did a study back before the pandemic where we looked at the overland pipelines and the accompanying tank storage facilities to get a sense of how those were managed in response to flows, to changes in global oil prices, and so forth. And I think a much more comprehensive set of analysis like that, using remotely obtained data that the PRC government's not able to easily obstruct or cut off flows of, to give us a good basic domain awareness. That's a critical first step, because until you have a baseline, it's hard to really know what might be a deviation worth worrying about and what's not.
Thank you. Dr. Liu, a question about China and evading sanctions from Iran. So China's buying oil from Iran, evading U.S. sanctions. How do you see, or do you see a direction around this, or a way we should proceed so that they're not undermining our goals of those sanctions?
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Price, for your question. Yes, with regard to specifically China enabling sanction evasion, I would say it's not necessarily the big Chinese banks, because the big four, ICBC, Bank of China, those are very much plugged into the US-led global financial system. However, though there are more than 2,000 small and medium-sized Chinese banks inside China that are not plugged into the SWIFT system. In other words, they do not necessarily have the pre-established connection with the US dollar-based system. From that point of view, if they never had it, there is no fear of losing it. So by this extension, I think from a US perspective, on the one hand, we need to closely work with our allies to strengthen our secondary sections and send a clear signal to China that it's not just the existing systematically important banks that are subject to US sanctions, but we are also going to put a close eye and monitoring the transaction flows of smaller and medium-sized Chinese banks. But thank you very much, Vice Chair Price, for your question.
Yeah. Can you just expand on that a little bit, unless anyone else wants to jump in on that matter of evading U.S. sanctions? Do we really have those kinds of if we could find other ways for secondary sanctions, do we have the capacity to really impact on those banks?
Right now, for the limit for us to exercise sanctions or secondary sanctions is really about the transparency and information availability. So in order for us to understand how China conducts especially domestic banks, how they are facilitating transactions across border. There are a lot of things that can be done through the U.S. Treasury part. In particular, since the bilateral, there are several working groups have already established between Treasury and the PBOC and Ministry of Finance. So we can press the Chinese government to give us more information in terms of the transaction level information at the smaller banks perspective. And then secondly, what we can do is to strengthen our monitoring of secondary smaller banks, in particular in some specific regions. One such example would be Heilongjiang, and in particular with regard to Russia's sanction against Russia, for two reasons. The first reason is that even since the West issued collective sanctions against the Putin regime, the local government, local party chief in Heilongjiang province, they issued a statement saying that Heilongjiang would continue open up to the north, meaning Russia. And then secondly, Heilongjiang Bank is one of the smaller banks, small and regional banks that joined China's CIPS, early joiners. So from that point of view, what we can do is to have our banks once we detect this kind of monitoring local government level statement, once we detect this kind of overt statement in supportive of Russia, Iran, or North Korea, our banks could potentially cut our support through these banks.
Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Miller.
Thank you, and thank you all for your excellent testimonies. Dr. Liu, I've always been a big fan of your commentaries, and this testimony today is no different. But I would like to push you on one aspect. You talk about the petro yuan and something very closely related to it, which is what you call the gas yuan, the denomination of these energy commodities in the yuan instead of the dollar. The problem historically with the petro yuan, and when we think of gas yuan, is that nobody wants it. If you're a Saudi or an Emirati prince, you don't want to have your wealth in a currency like the yuan that has no liquidity. You want to have it in the dollar. Now, it's easy, of course, to assume that maybe Russia or Iran or someone else might be a captive market. But I'm very curious to what you see as sort of the best case scenario for a gas yuan. Not that it can't exist, but are we talking about something that is looked at on the margins, like the adding more incremental share of the Canadian dollar or the Australian dollar? You'll take a nibble of it, but you don't want more. What's the high upside scenario for a gas yuan or petro yuan in your estimation?
Thank you, Mr. Miller, for your excellent question. The difference between petrol yuan versus natural gas yuan is that, and in particular, why China actually would put more attention on developing natural gas yuan instead of petrol yuan is specifically because right now 80% of the global economy is powered by hydrocarbon and oil in particular, and oil is traded in one global market. Doesn't matter where we trade, and it can be Singapore, Hong Kong, Dubai, Texas, or London. There is only one global market. However, natural gas market is very much fragmented. And for a long period of time, Asia had the so-called Asian premium, meaning Asian natural gas prices has always been much higher than the United States. And on top of that, Asia so far does not have a regional natural gas pricing hub or trading hub. So from that perspective, if China were able to being one of the region's largest natural gas importer, and on top of that, China has already developed the natural gas trading future using denominated in renminbi. And if China could basically create a consumers market and couple that with the pricing mechanism, it's very likely that China can basically capitalize on this energy transition. And on top of that, natural gas is considered as a sort of a green transitional gas. I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Thank you. And let's keep talking you on then. Here's something a little bit more provocative. I think that we as U.S. policymakers are often asked about the digital yuan, but I guess my question is, why should we even care about it? Obviously, there are some implications with money laundering, sanctions evasions. Those are real, of course. But the problem with an international yuan has always been that a closed capital account means the Chinese government cannot allow the yuan too much liquidity. It can't allow it, or it'll lose to go abroad in quantity, or it will lose control of the financial system. So why do we think that the digital yuan will be treated any differently?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Miller, for this excellent question. I really do not think the digital yuan would be any different, except that it runs on a totally different financial infrastructure. The connection between CIPS in itself is not only a messaging, but also settlement system. And on top of that, with the support of SWIFT and BIS, China is essentially establishing a domestic transaction data center, meaning the data is going to be stored inside China. From that point of view, as long as the Chinese does not give us any transparency, there is a limited method for us to know it. And then compiled with CIPS, with digital yuan, it basically means faster transaction at a lower cost. So it basically augments the attractiveness of the renminbi for its trading partners. And I would 100% agree with you in terms of the limited attractiveness for Chinese trading partners to hold the renminbi as a reserve currency. I do think that trying to broaden the use of renminbi as trade and a settlement currency is much easier than making renminbi a reserve currency. However, considering China as the world's giant Amazon or sorry, say like Costco. And basically what the Chinese government has done by offering, or the PBOC has done by offering tons of renminbi currency swaps, it basically offers a store credit for all its trading partners. Now, the limited nature of store credit is that you can only shop at that store. But as long as the trade can be executed, that basically mitigate a lot of the sanctions that may cut China away from the international liquidities market.
Great. Looks like I'm out of time. Dr. Leo, thank you for your responses.
Thank you. Mr. Katja.
Dr. Leo, let's keep talking about digital currency for a second. So what could the U.S. do with respect to the U.S. dollar on the digital front that would potentially change the dynamics with respect to the items you were just talking to Leland about?
Thank you very much, Commissioner Quicken, for your question. I do think that in many ways the United States or the dollar system is already very much digitized. It's just that here in our country we are not a system that prize government intervention. Instead, our private sector have already actually driving the innovation. I'll give you one example, which is now I'm doing the doing this testimony from Germany. It does not matter where I go. I can use my U.S. credit card attached to my phone, and I can just pay from that point of view. Now, this is not a central bank digital currency, but that is I am paying in U.S. dollars. So from that point of view, I think the United States, for us, we should focusing on doing what we are good at doing, meaning empowering our private sector rather than making ourselves to mimicking what the Chinese government has been doing. In a way, I think we are basically in a position to copy the Chinese model, and that may not necessarily work to our benefit. And on top of that, I do think it is necessary for Congress to consider legislative measures to regulate the transaction of digital currency, in particular stable coins. And the reason is because stable coins, there are a lot of evidence suggesting that stable coins have not only been used for money laundering, but also be used for bypassing sanctions.
That's helpful. Thank you. Let me ask Gustavo and Gabe essentially the same question, but with respect to your areas of expertise. So as I was listening to both of you, talk about sort of the end product, I was trying to think about the inputs and the things that we need and require to maintain the industries that you were talking about. So in the agricultural industry, right, we obviously need seed, fertilizer, and a variety of other things to maintain that market and sort of produce those goods. Who sort of owns the supply chain, I guess, for that, and how should we think about that with respect to China and then our own strengths and weaknesses? And then same question for you, Gabe, but obviously with respect to the energy industry, whether it's coal or crude.
Thank you, Commissioner. Excellent question, and it's when it comes to food and agriculture, really it's a tale of two markets. So when it comes to inputs, the U.S. has a clear dominance in seeds, right? It's just this is something that the PRC is very aware of. They're well behind the technology level that feed producers have both in the U.S., Brazil, Europe. So that's something they're investing very heavily in focus to try to close that gap. Sometimes with through just sheer research, but sometimes through illicit methods, such as stealing seeds from other countries. But on the other flip side, we had depended on key agricultural fertilizers from PRC. And during the Ukraine war, there was both Russia and China began to curb their exports of those key agricultural inputs to the U.S. and other countries. The way it usually works with agricultural markets or any other market, it will take some time for us to find alternative suppliers, and we did that. We engaged with Canada and other key partners that are now somehow filling up the gap left by those two nations. So there's a story that both Both nations depend from each other for different types of inputs. Over.
Thank you, Gabe.
On the energy side, there's a very tight nexus in the wind and solar space when it comes to dependency on PRC-centric supply chains. I think when we get into the fossil space, it really depends what you're looking at. If you're looking at actually converting coal into usable energy and you're somewhere in the world, you want to build a coal power plant, basically the best technology on the face of the planet at this point comes out of China because they've honed the experience building like at this point, roughly 1.3 terawatt size generating base. I mean, it's phenomenal. It's like over 6 times the size of what our coal-fired power base is in the U.S. or what exists in India for that matter. When it comes to oil and gas, we're a massive center of global excellence because not only do we have the resource base, and we're not unique in that. The Saudis have resources, others in the Gulf, the Russians. But when you think about the marriage between the resource base and the technology that enables you to get at it under various conditions, the United States really stands head and shoulders above the others there. And I think when I think about energy and how it factors into the U.S.-China competition, it's less about whatever direct bilateral linkages might exist, and it's more about the kind of system in the way we want to do things globally and sort of how our system looks to countries that may be on the fence, you know, if you're thinking Indonesia, places like that, versus the way the Chinese system looks. And to kind of bring that full circle, that's why when you think about the U.S. and the implications of having what is fundamentally a restrictive energy strategy, which we've had for the last few years, versus one that really embraces an energy abundance approach and says we're going to be productive on all fronts. We're going to do oil, we're going to do gas, we're going to do renewables to the extent that we can, and we're also going to do advanced nuclear. It's something that makes us so much more compelling globally as a partner.
Thank you. Looks like I'm over time. Over to you, Chair Sims.
Thank you.
Or no, Chair Goodwin, I'm sorry. Chair Goodwin, I apologize.
Commissioner Hilbert.
Thank you. Dr. Liu, if China has pursued a policy on the defensive side of becoming self-sufficient to protect itself from being cut off from strategic foreign inputs, have they also sought to make other countries more reliant on key Chinese inputs on the offensive side?
Thank you very much, Mr. Halberg, for your question. Yes, and in fact, a couple of years ago, there is a Chinese government document stated that China intends to make Chinese industries and Chinese companies indispensable across global supply chains. And in fact, to a very large extent, China has already succeeded in doing that because by a lot of measures, China is the only country in the world that has the complete supply chain across almost every industry. But I think the critical part of that is not just China's control or dominance. When geopolitical tension is low, we do not really care about that too much. However, I think right now, with the influence or the coming back of geopolitical tensions, perhaps what we used to consider as good, meaning economy of scale, is no longer the best way for us to build resilience, because resilience on its own means we have to have backups. So from that point of view, I do think you are right that China has pursued efforts along the entire supply chains, from right now, in a way, the electric vehicle or batteries is one good example. But part of the reason is not necessarily because China wanted to have this domestic overcapacity, but because of weak domestic consumption, it become overly reliant on global market. So from that point of view, China's dependence on global market is, in fact, China's vulnerability. But thank you very much for your question.
Is it the consensus of this panel that China is effectively preparing for war at this point? I know that a number of you have talked about different signs that would support that thesis, but on a first principles level, Does everyone on this panel agree that China's preparing for war?
I guess I'll start by saying that I do think China is preparing for the worst case scenario, and but China's the mixed bag of Chinese efforts, in my assessment, is that China is trying to reduce and focusing on reduce its vulnerabilities rather than actively pursuing a war.
Sorry, what is that worst case scenario if it's not a war? Are you referring to a war?
The worst case scenario could be a militarized conflict over Taiwan, could be in South China Sea, could also be some other espionage, industrial espionage activities that lead to the West sanction against China.
I would give, I mean, I think in terms of the worst case scenario, I'll give you a more blunt answer, is that is war. But I think in terms of what we're seeing now, and the other panelists may differ here, to use a football analogy, the Chinese are eating well, they're lifting weights, they're running, they're testing to see how their pads and helmet and everything feel. But are we at the point yet of a live full contact scrimmage? I don't think so, but they're definitely putting all the preparatory steps in place where if you need to step out on the field and it's full tackle football, everything would be ready to go. I think is at least if you're thinking about what their core objective is to have that capacity in place and usable.
And I second the comments from two colleagues. And when it comes to food security, China's been doing this for thousands of years, right? They've been building stockpiles. Different emperors had that policy in place to prevent famines and the calamities. So no change there. But what's happening is like this. I think China has a legitimate interest of becoming food secure, like we are, right? We are, a very well served country when it comes to natural endowments and food availability. So I think it's a legitimate aspiration by the PRC. So we got to be careful to confuse preparation.
It's not just food, it's energy, it's currency, it's basically every area, the technology supply chain. I mean, it goes well beyond just food, does it not?
Right, yeah, it's part of a broader resiliency effort, right? And I think food is one piece of it. But again, it's from my angle, from my foxhole, it's hard to distinguish. Is this a preparation for conflict, or this is a legitimate effort to become, more resilience to food shocks and to climate change? So we have to be a little bit careful. At least, again, on the food security space, we got to be a little bit careful to distinguish those two lanes.
All right, and just because we're a little bit over time, I have one last question. So on this topic of China pursuing resilience, is it fair to say that China is effectively pursuing a policy of decoupling from the United States? And are they farther along that path of decoupling than we are from them?
So to your first question, I'll give you probably my shortest response of the day is yes. In terms of assessing the degree of decoupling, I think you really have to break that down by sector and space, and there's not a one-size-fits-all answer to that part of the question.
And from my end, I think, just curiously enough, I think the two nations are decoupling at the same similar pace. They both are trying to find alternative markets, alternative suppliers. But I think we're going to reach a threshold in where that decoupling is going to stop because there's no other ways around, and we still are connected by trade. I mean, just remember, the PRC are very opportunistic food buyers, and they're always going to go. Sometimes prices will trump even national security. They're known for that. So I think that decoupling is going to hit a wall when it comes to food security.
I think the narrative of self-reliance sort of changed a little bit. Again, President Xi Jinping is not the first one to talk about self-sufficiency or self-reliance. The idea existed since Mao Zedong era. And on the tech aspect, I would say the idea, President Hu Jintao really was the guy to emphasize China needs to climb up the value chain so that China can own its own IPs. And so it was in that context China was pursuing self-sufficiency or domestic innovation capacity. But again, if we push China too hard, China may overreact, and it would inevitably lead to not just government-initiated decoupling, but companies in their global distribution of supply chains. Companies will start to do that, and we already see this happening. So there are two levels of things going on. One is there is a government initiative, then on the other hand, there are companies following, which can be described perhaps as unintended. But thank you very much for your question.
Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Commissioner Glass.
Many thanks to all of you for your testimony. Dr. Liu, I wanted to start with you. You touched on this in some of your previous comments about securing our financial systems. You noted in your testimony that the House passed the Financial Innovation and Technology for the 21st Century Act that had some reforms but didn't go far enough. And you noted that there are not clear rules in that legislation on monitoring or restricting the illegal use of digital assets and cryptocurrencies for sanction and evasion. Having not followed the details of when that bill was being debated or discussed, is there anyone who would be opposed to that? Was that just an oversight in the legislation? Because that seems to me like a glaring hole in our ensuring financial security.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Glass, for your careful read of my written testimony and for your attention. I wouldn't say that it's because of our legislators' oversight. Perhaps that the bill was in the broader context of regulating digital asset, and we tended to focus more domestically. Therefore, perhaps that led to a lack of emphasis on the aspect of the international transaction implications. Glass for your attention and your recognition of the importance of this issue. And I do hope that with your leadership and members of the Congress could recognize the importance of regulating digital assets, in particular stablecoins, for anti-sanction purposes. Thank you.
Also, just giving me a sense of the framework.
The framework in terms of hello?
Did we lose Commissioner Glass?
Yeah.
Oh,
there she lost me.
There she is.
Hi, sorry about that. Sorry. I don't know what I did or didn't do. So you talked about the financial resiliency, and I get a sense of urgency related to this because that is just critical to our nation's infrastructure. Do you believe that lawmakers are doing enough here? What would you do first, and how broadly would you, define where would you start?
Thank you, Commissioner Glass. I think you touched upon perhaps the most important issue for legislators, which is prioritization, right? And as a nation, we have a lot of issues, but I would begin with regulating the digital asset perspective. And the very reason is because of the fact that China and its partners are building an alternative system that is unparalleled, that is unprecedented, and it's not just digital, it runs parallel with the dollar-based system. So from that point of view, I would hope that Congress would pass legislations or at least consider strengthening on the one hand, continuing to empower our private sector for their financial innovation, but then on the other hand, really we need to strengthen our monitoring of the transactions and the interchangeability of all the varieties of crypto asset. And then there is not just national security, but also financial security, and financial security is very much important for the role of the US dollar going forward. And then secondly, I would also want to offer China enough incentive in addition to sticks. Again, I do think sticks are important and indispensable. But right now, what we see and the motivation for Chinese policymakers to actively expand this alternative system is because they are very much concerned about their vulnerabilities. So we need to do all that we can to embed China in the existing system rather than offering them a lot of incentive to divert away. Because I'm afraid that if we push them too far, they might divert a lot of transaction flows away from the dollar-based system, and we are going to lose our long-term leverage. Thank you very much, Commissioner Glass. I think the issue of prioritization is very important.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Glass. Commissioner Friedberg.
Thank you very much, and thanks to all of our witnesses. This has really been an excellent panel. Mr. Collins, maybe I could start with you. I'm taking with your football analogy. I wonder, do you have a sense of how close CCP officials and planners believe they are to being ready for game day, at least in the energy sector?
That's a phenomenal question, and I guess I'll never apologize for being a Texan, but it does creep into some of the analogies and things that we use. When you look, I think it's the kind of thing where the honest answer is you probably never really feel fully ready, but if you're benchmarking to where they were 4 or 5 years ago, maybe just immediately pre-pandemic, there's been a huge amount of progress made, because if you harken back to the summer of 2021, there were significant electricity shortages within China. It's one of the reasons we've actually seen coal production spool up. And so if you look at what's been done on the domestic electricity front and you look at the continuing pace of oil storage build out, the buildup of natural gas storage, and you sort of ask, where does this put you, A, in terms of climate and natural disaster resilience, and then B, where does it put you in terms of resilience and national security contingencies? The progress is great. Is it something where they feel like they're ready for a live scrimmage or full contact football game? Maybe not quite there yet, but they're much closer than they were even 3 years ago.
Thank you. You include some very interesting calculations, which I think are based on an article that you wrote in 2018 about the extent to which China might be able to replace or provide its oil needs, even in the event of a maritime blockade. And if I read it correctly, you conclude that China, in fact, is already in pretty good shape in this regard and could have oil sufficient to operate for 2 to 4 years. Is that your judgment? Have they solved the oil vulnerability problem?
I would not at all frame it as solving. And the reason for that is the single step in that chain of calculations that you're referring to that had the biggest impact was rationing, and that comes at the cost of domestic economic performance. And so if you're thinking about a situation where basically what's on the other side is a binary question of national or regime survival or not, then you could argue that they're very close to a solution. But if you're thinking about this in terms of more intermediate contingencies that could affect energy flows and how they respond to those, they probably don't feel as ready.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Liu, Dr. Liu, could I see if I can summarize what I understood you to say? China may have been interested and may still be interested eventually in having the renminbi used as a reserve currency. They talked about it back around the time of the global financial crisis. They seem to have given up on that idea, at least for the time being, for reasons you suggest, and they focused on trying to find ways in which their currency can be used to settle international trade. First. Secondly, the extent to which they're able to do that seems to be quite limited. And Commissioner Miller asked you if you had an estimate of, how much of global trade could be eventually conducted in RMB. It seems like they're limited, at least for now, to a kind of a block of countries which are under sanction by the United States and its allies. And so that's a pretty small portion of China's overall trade that might be insulated from the ability of the United States to impose sanctions. Is that correct?
Thank you very much, Commissioner Fredberg, for your question. I do think that your overall assessment is correct, but I would put a small footnote in terms of China's ability to mitigate sanctions, in the sense that right now, just from trade perspective, right now China is, and this is oftentimes quoted by Chinese government officials, which is China is the largest trading partner for over 100 countries in the world. And if you just think about that, combine that with the ability for the Chinese central bank to offer currency swaps to facilitate the trade transaction, and layer on top of that with a parallel system that is denominated in renminbi rather than the US dollar. And on top of these three layers, you also have the transaction data center located in China. So from that point of view, I do think China has the basic infrastructure for China to conduct sanction time trade is there, is ready to go. It's just a matter of time for them to scale it up. And has this system be tested, ready to go? Yes. Two Chinese state-owned oil and gas champions in the past year have completed the transaction of oil and gas import using renminbi settlement as well as digital renminbi. So from that point of view, I do see the infrastructure is there to go. It's just a matter of time for them to have enough incentive to scale it up. But thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you.
May I just add a 20-second?
Very quickly,
yes,
if you can.
Yeah, when it comes to food security, this is, I believe this is an area where the PRC knows that they're not fully ready to go. And both government and academic communities are brutally honest about it. This is one area they do a mea culpa and they realize their shortcomings. So I think the question that remains open is whether modern China and the middle class will be willing to endure hyperinflation in the food sector, or worst case scenario, food rationing. This has been quite a time since the Great Famine, right? So this is a whole generation that it's dying slowly that experienced those hardships, and we don't know if this generation will be, how they will react to such scenario. Thank you.
Thank you. Last but not least, Chair Cleveland.
Not muted. So I want to pull a little bit on this and maybe challenge what Commissioner Freeberg was saying. Mr. Ferreira, you mentioned that you thought that one way that China might consider the potential food scarcity issues, of water scarcity and pollution and a number of the other issues that are affecting access to food, would be to work with Brazil and Argentina to pressure them to cooperate with us. At this very moment, China is renegotiating the giant debt that they hold of Argentina. So I'm curious how Dr. Liu and Mr. Ferreira, how these two issues are fused, because it seems to me we are paying attention to some big global trends, but on a transactional basis, China may be asserting a leverage in our backyard in Argentina, and that debt is not only substantial, the country is teetering as a result. There are also national security implications in terms of facilities that are in Argentina. So if the two of you could kind of pull together for us how Argentina might be a case study of moving beyond what Dr. Friedberg described as countries that are aligned in sanctions, because Argentina is not under any sanction. It's just it just has a lot of debt and poor economic management policies.
Sure, I can start with that. Now, great question, Chair Cleveland. It's something I've been trying to bring up to policymakers' attention, that this is not when it comes to agricultural trade, this is not a bilateral issue. It does involve other key players. And in order for us to be effective in those players on our side, or at least to have a neutral posture in where they follow rule of law, international diplomacy. It's not a coincidence that as soon as President Lula won the election, the PRC sent immediately a high-level delegation to Brasilia. It's not a coincidence that the PRC just lifted restrictions on GMO corn imports for Argentina. Those are all very much part of a concerted effort to expand those relationships with those countries. I mean, it's without jumping to the classified space, but at this time, PRC controls substantial sections of the agricultural supply chain in Brazil. They've been making very large investments across from farm all the way to the ports. So it's all part of it. And again, there's so much we can do. I mean, these are market driven as well. So there's so much we can influence. But definitely we need to be aware of it. We need to really strengthen our relationships with our two southern neighbors. Thank you.
Dr. Liu?
Commissioner Cleveland, thank you very much for your question. I do think, I appreciate that you raised the issue of Chinese involvement in sovereign debt, and in particular the case of Argentina. And you are right, Argentina is a unique case in that literally last November, Argentina resorted to its currency swap with the Chinese government, and repaid part of its debt to the IMF using renminbi instead of the US dollar. And that is not the first time. So you are right that this is an important case showing that China is in a way very active in U.S. backyard. I wanted to take a step back also by saying that this is also an opportunity for the United States and its allies to socialize China and manage China's behavior in international debt negotiation. And for a long period of time, like China has been offered the opportunity to join the Paris Club, but the Chinese government has frequently rejected the invitation for two reasons. The first reason is that China is considered itself as a developing country chief. So from that point of view, it is the Paris Club is viewed as a rich country club. So if China joined, China is going to have an identity crisis. And then the second reason that China does not want to join is also because there is the diversification of international debt or international creditors, and in particular, the private sector participation in sovereign loans, right? So from that point of view, I do see that this is an opportunity for the United States to offer incentive for China to stay in the international debt negotiation, and I do think that we have made progress, and in particular with Secretary Yellen's visit to China and trying to work with the Chinese government in international debt negotiation. But overall, I do think that we perhaps overestimated China's ability, in particular its domestic ability to reach an agreement. The thing I think perhaps for us viewing from America, we tend to think that China can present itself as a unitary actor, but when it comes down to international debt negotiation, because the sphere of participants is so vast, inside China there is so far no single player or single ministry or bank can say, well, this is what we are going to do. And then finally, no Chinese bureaucrats are going to say, I'm willing to offer myself as the sacrificial goat, the sacrificial lamb, to say, I signed the deal to wipe off the debt for a particular country. That would be clear suicide. But again, this is an opportunity for us to socialize China and offer China an incentive to be embedded in the U.S. system. Thank you very much for your question.
I have another question if we have time, but if we don't, I'm good. You're muted.
Well, we're over time already, but go ahead. We're only breaking for lunch, so we can go a little bit over.
No, I'm happy I'll submit it for the record. It's for Dr. Liu. I wanted to talk to you about the ports that you mentioned in your testimony. How many ports are controlled and what possibility or how they might be used in the event of war. So I'll submit the question for the record and hope for an answer. Thank you.
Well, great. And I know Commissioner Wessel indicated he might have a second question too, so perhaps he could submit a question.
Those are on ports as well, so I'll talk to staff and Robin to
We
coordinate.
can coordinate. Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
Fantastic. All right, well, thank you very much for your time today. We are on a 1-hour break, and we'll reconvene for our third panel at 1:50.
Thank you.
Thank you.
all.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Great job, witnesses.
Appreciate y'all.
Welcome back, everyone. Our third panel today will examine China's ability to mobilize military personnel, civilian personnel, and resources for conflict. We'll start with Mr. Devin Thorne, Principal Threat Intelligence Analyst for China Geopolitics at Recorded Future. Mr. Thorne will examine China's national defense mobilization system, recent reforms to the system, and the types of civilian assets available to be leveraged by Chinese authorities in a conflict. Lastly, we'll hear from Dr. Timothy Heath, Senior International and Defense Researcher at the RAND Corporation. Dr. Heath will examine specific aspects of military mobilization, such as specific assets China would need to mobilize in its system to prepare for a conflict, and how those efforts could be observed to give U.S. policymakers advanced warning of any impending military action. Thank you all very much for your testimony. I ask that all our witnesses please keep your remarks to 7 minutes to preserve time for questions and answers. So with that, Mr. Thorne, we will begin with you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Price, Commissioner Sims, other commissioners and staff of the Commission, thank you for the invitation to participate in this hearing. I was asked a series of questions about China's national defense mobilization system and the role of civilian resources in a conflict. To answer these, my testimony has sought to provide a survey of the entire system, why it exists, how it functions, challenges it faces, and efforts by the People's Republic of China, PRC, authorities to overcome those challenges. The central finding of the survey is that today, authorities likely assess progress in addressing long-standing deficiencies in the system and likely have increasing confidence in their ability to use the system to mobilize comprehensive national power against a threat. With my time for these remarks, I'll offer answers to 5 key questions posed by the Commission. 1. Why does the system exist? Fundamentally, the National Defense Mobilization System exists because, in a time of crisis, whether due to war or non-war emergency, authorities must be able to rally national manpower and economic, technological, and other resources if military stockpiles or national strategic reserves are insufficient. PRC authorities further take pride in their ability to mobilize mass patriotism and work ethic in pursuit of their objectives. The People's Liberation Army, or PLA, also believes that military-civil fusion can maximize combat readiness and efficiency, especially with regard to military logistics. For these reasons, authorities prepare to draw on civilian resources during a conflict. 2. What challenges does the system face? The National Defense Mobilization System provides the mechanism by which the PLA, with government approval, can requisition almost any civilian resource, likely including all transportation infrastructure. The system has several major tasks: coordinating national development plans and policies with the likely requirements of future crises, maintaining accurate records of all relevant national resources, enabling the conversion of those resources for wartime or crisis management purposes, and building armed forces reserves, including militias. However, for a long time, the system has faced significant challenges. These include unsatisfactory implementation of necessary work by the civilian government, largely due to their focus on economic development. It includes an over-reliance on the military, a convoluted and stifling bureaucracy, unreliable data on relevant national resources, and impaired development of militia forces. 3. What has been done to solve for these existing challenges? Especially since 2017, PRC authorities have made efforts to address each of these areas. The National Defense Transportation Law, for example, has reportedly eased the military's ability to add national defense requirements to transportation infrastructure and require civilian industry participation in national defense-related training activities. Organizational and legal reforms have likely increased the responsibility of civilian government authorities to prepare for national defense mobilization. New audit and survey procedures have reportedly improved the accuracy and precision of annual surveys used to track national defense relevant resources nationwide. And finally, new militia training practices seek to ensure that these forces will be able to support the PLA in all domains, which is the purpose of so-called new type militias, created from skills found in industries including communications, cybersecurity, and robotics. 4. What is the role of private sector resources in a conflict? Private enterprises in industries such as equipment manufacturing, information technology, unmanned systems, logistics, and medicine are likely to be called to support a war effort according to their specific strengths, especially in relation to logistics, maintenance, and technology development. Through new type militias and other mechanisms, private enterprises also offer equipment and skilled personnel to PRC armed forces, including for operations such as reconnaissance, intelligence, and surveillance, and cyber operations in cyberspace. Outside of overseas logistics, most tasks that the private sector and militias will undertake are likely to be carried out from within the PRC. After a conflict, owners of requisitioned civilian resources, including the operators of transportation infrastructure, are eligible for compensation. 5. How is the transportation sector being prepared for mobilization? Under military guidance, lines of effort among PRC authorities have included adding military use infrastructure to ports, railways, and airports, developing new rail transportation methods such as for overlarge equipment, and identifying, pre-enlisting, and pre-modifying civilian vessels like heavy truck cranes and semi-submersible ships so that such resources can be immediately available in the event of a crisis. Notably, mobilization in the transportation sector for a major conflict, such as over Taiwan, is likely to produce detectable changes in patterns of behavior within the PRC. Lastly, I'll offer 2 recommendations. The Commission has raised excellent questions in relation to this understudied topic. Congress should consider directing or funding further public research on the PRC National Defense Mobilization System, as greater attention to the subject would be beneficial to furthering the U.S. government and public's understanding of military-civil fusion, the potential signposts of a looming conflict, and the forces the PRC will be able to bring to bear in a conflict. Additionally, Congress should consider passing, with amendments as necessary, the Open Translation Center Act of 2024 to help maintain and expand access to key materials from the PRC government and broader PRC information space. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to any questions you may have.
Thank you. Dr. Heath?
Good afternoon, Chairs Sims and Goodwin, Commissioners and staff. Thank you for inviting me to speak with you today. In my testimony, I will address the topic of whether China is preparing for a conflict with the United States. I will begin by distinguishing between the concepts of military preparedness and national war preparation. I will briefly examine evidence for both. I will discuss what sorts of indicators might reveal Chinese intentions to start war, and I will conclude with some recommendations. Although experts routinely claim that China is preparing for war, the evidence for such claims merits closer scrutiny. In evaluating the question, it is important to distinguish between the concepts of military preparedness and national war preparation. By military preparedness, I mean the breadth of activity undertaken by state to ensure its military can carry out any and all missions assigned to it. This includes investments in and development of new weapons and equipment, recruitment and training of personnel, planning and preparation for contingencies, and defense mobilization reorganization activity. Military preparedness is a normal activity undertaken regardless of whether a country's leadership believes a war is impending or not. Absent other indicators, military preparedness alone is not a reliable indicator that a country is posturing for conflict. National war preparation consists of changes to policy and procedures in non-military domains to facilitate the execution of combat operations. National war preparation is inherently more political and potentially contentious in a way that military preparedness is not, because it involves the transfer of resources normally assigned for civilian purposes to the military. Most states carry out military preparedness activity, but only countries that anticipate war are likely to endure the stress of national war preparation. In contrast to military preparedness, national war preparation provides a more reliable set of indicators that a country is contemplating war. Although there's ample evidence that China is carrying out military preparedness-related activity, there is little evidence that China is carrying out national war preparation-related activity. My written testimony provides more details, but here I will briefly highlight a few key points. Politically, Xi Jinping has made no statement suggesting the entire nation must prepare for war or otherwise suggesting war is likely or at all desirable. In terms of industry and the economy, China's defense spending remains relatively modest at under 2% of GDP, although the actual amount is probably slightly underreported. China's carried out reforms to improve defense mobilization procedures and clarify roles and responsibilities, as we just heard. However, the system continues to face serious shortfalls. And the medical system has so far failed to establish capabilities for handling the sort of mass casualties that one would expect from war. What would it take to move China to a war footing? In my view, the biggest obstacle lies in politics. In particular, Chinese leaders lack any constituency for war, and the state bureaucracy is not postured for war. Without a constituency for war, and with a bureaucracy that has prioritized economic development-related policies, Chinese leaders face powerful disincentives and major hurdles to escalating any crisis to conflict. The most important indicators that a war could be coming would consist of changes in the political posture to ready the country for conflict. What would this look like in practice? Here I can sketch out a few steps. The first and most important step would be for the national leader to reprioritize the nation's goals. Instead of national development, the leader would articulate goals of defeating U.S. power and perhaps conquering Taiwan. He would call for mass sacrifice and highlight the values of individual sacrifice for the good of the nation. Such a vision would represent a dramatic change from current policies and would probably elicit some resistance among elites and the public. Accordingly, the leadership would need to carry out extensive purges and intense indoctrination to build up a base of public support and train the bureaucracy to prioritize war preparation. Once the Chinese leader had successfully set the political conditions, however, national war preparations could proceed very quickly. The bureaucracy would understand its job and could carry out national war preparations or even mobilization in all domains. Under a more belligerent political posture, the risk of conflict could escalate rapidly. Chinese leaders could plan a deliberate attack, but even if they did not plan a deliberate attack, their expectations of its likelihood and the extensive war preparations undertaken would raise the risk that any crisis could rapidly escalate into a war. Under such conditions, it would be extremely difficult to determine when and where the Chinese might start an attack. In conclusion, China has undertaken military preparedness for many years. The reasons for the military buildup vary, but there is currently no evidence that China is currently on a war footing or contemplating moving to one imminently. The political disincentives to initiating war remain compelling. This does not rule out the possibility of sudden China-related shocks, crises, coercion, feuding, all of which are possible and may well increase as U.S. tensions persist. However, so long as Chinese leaders believe a path of peaceful development to be viable, the risk of escalation to war, in my view, remains low. I conclude with some recommendations. First, to improve our understanding of Chinese intentions regarding the potential use of force and more accurately identify indications and warning of a potential conflict, the United States should monitor Chinese senior leader speeches and official documents that assess the prospects for the country's national development. Evidence of growing pessimism and debate about the viability of the current strategy would be a very important indicator of a potential change in the nation's political strategy. Second, the United States should focus more analysis on Chinese national war preparations. While analysts have long tracked developments in the country's military preparedness and mobilization system, there has been less attention paid to the non-military domains related to national war preparation. Third, the United States should monitor the mood of the public in China and among elites, as represented in publicly available media. A surge in fictitious depictions of war with the United States in Chinese movie, television shows, books, etc., could reflect both government efforts to cultivate public support for a more belligerent policy and potentially deepening public support for such a war. Thank you for giving me the time to speak with you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you both for your prepared testimony. I'll kick us off in our Q&A session. Dr. Heath, I'd like to start with you. It sounds like from your prepared testimony that you would say that China's political preparedness for conflict is lagging behind its military preparedness for conflict. Is that an accurate description of the way you view this?
Yes, and I would say that's probably true of many countries. There are many countries that direct ongoing military modernization and preparedness for conflict, even if they do not assess that the conflict is imminent.
One of the things that you said, we've heard several times in other testimonies today, references the rhetoric that Chinese leadership uses to talk about being prepared for extreme scenarios or being prepared to struggle. Xi Jinping uses the language of struggle a lot. And it sounded like you don't see them doing that at this point or don't hear them doing that at this point. But how do you square that with, I guess, other testimonies that we've heard today? It sounded like people believe they are beginning to do that, although the caveat being it's hard to tell whether the language of struggle in particular is more about the economic challenges that they're facing internally or the military side of things. So I guess, are you just seeing a delineation between what that language is being used for?
Excellent question, and several points I'd make in response. First, there are different types of comments for different kinds of venues. So there are, for example, many speeches where Xi Jinping exhorts the military in particular to be ready for conflict and uses a lot of language about being combat ready and et cetera. That is appropriate and pretty much the norm for when the leader is addressing the military. In other speeches, especially when he's talking to the entire Congress or Central Committee, he does talk about a deteriorating security situation, and in several speeches has enumerated the actual threats. In almost all cases, the priorities are the ones he lists first and that appear to be the most threatening to CCP rule are domestic: corruption, economic stagnation, crime, et cetera, et cetera. This is not to discount the problems that China has with the United States. He does acknowledge that, but there's no evidence that I can find where he calls out for the whole nation to be prepared for war in a way that his predecessors has. Last point I'll make is leaders that are seriously contemplating war do not shy away from naming the villain. They will try to paint their anticipated enemy in the most starkest and often the most demonic terms as possible in order to make clear to the people who is to blame when the real hardships come and who the people need to prepare to sacrifice in order to defeat. Thank you.
Got it. Dr. Thorne, I have a question for you. One of the things that sticks out when we're thinking about Chinese military preparedness is it's got to be in the back of their minds that their military is pretty much untested in modern history at this point. And so as they're looking around the world and trying to draw lessons from other conflicts, since they haven't been in a lot of their own, what lessons do you think they're learning from a preparedness standpoint from what's happening in Ukraine right now that perhaps could be applied to potential conflict across the Taiwan Strait?
Sure. I think, one of the biggest perhaps concerns that leads to a potential lesson learned is about the risk of a protracted conflict. Taiwan's situation is obviously unique from Ukraine, but that if there's a situation where it draws on for months and months, will the domestic populace continue to support the hardship that is going to come with any particular war? And I think they're also learning lessons about just sort of the roles that new technologies can play and how in certain situations, sort of the global community can come together to support sort of a besieged jurisdiction or country. So, for instance, in Ukraine, we've seen in the cybersecurity space many different companies coming to Ukraine's aid, supporting them against different types of cyber intrusions posed by Russia. I think when the CCP looks at Taiwan and they think about, not that they are necessarily ready right now, to Dr. Heath's point, to contemplate an actual invasion of Taiwan on any kind of immediate timeline. But when they look at the potential for that, I think they're going to be looking at the possibility of a protracted war. To what extent is the National Defense Mobilization System and the participants in it going to be able to stand up to hardship? And as you said, Commissioner Sims, that they haven't been tested in this wartime scenario, and they're also looking at perhaps what can we do to ensure that private companies around the globe are not going to support Taiwan the same way that they've supported Ukraine to China's detriment.
So to put a fine point on that, and then I'll wrap up, from a preparedness standpoint, one of the takeaways then would be they would likely be preparing for, in the event of there being a cross-strait conflict, to come in with overwhelming force and try to make it not a protracted conflict, but be able to use decisive force at the outset, correct?
I think there's others who have done extensive research on the specific sort of battle plans that the PLA contemplates. It would not be surprising, based on sources I've read, for that to be the intention, to come in sort of as quickly as possible and as destructively as possible to achieve maximum effect and bring the conflict to a close, yes, as quickly as possible.
Thank you both. Going down the list, we'll start with Chairman Cleveland.
Thank you. I just have a quick question for you. You say in your written testimony that there are two ways societies can prepare for war. The more demanding national defense mobilization consists of a state-directed activity to transition part or all of the country from peacetime to war footing through such measures as conscription and large-scale transfer of resources from civilian to military use. I'd like to focus on the second part of that sentence. If a decision was made to move from war preparation to war footing, to mobilize, how long do you anticipate it would take she and the CCP to move to complete and execute the large-scale transfer of resources from civilian to military use?
Good question. I think that would, of course, depend on the exact course of action under consideration. In the event of a large-scale invasion of Taiwan, for example, I think my fellow panelist has actually probably a better position to answer the calculations put forward by the Chinese, but I would expect many months to assemble at least the fuel, the ammunition, the food, the supplies, the transportation networks, ships in particular. And coordinating all that is a massive job. So I would expect that to take, I would think, weeks and potentially months at least. However, I think actually the most difficult part would be the political mobilization, getting the people on board with this idea that the whole country should head into war. That could be quite violent and bloody, in my opinion, because I expect a lot of people would question that and challenge that, and the government would have to suppress, of course, anybody who's, well, not of course, but I expect they would fully suppress and purge people who resisted that.
Well, you anticipated my next question, so but I'd like to turn. Do you want to comment on the timetable, just the timetable?
Sure. Yeah, I would agree that it, at a minimum, would be months in most sectors, like the transportation sector, rallying grain sector to have foodstuffs available, medical equipment, etc. The political mobilization, I would agree, is also that's a challenge, and it's why the CCP continues to focus on sort of rule by law and adherence to party values, so that if that situation develops, hopefully they can say, we're ready, it's time for you to be ready too. But I do agree that it would be a challenge, and the timeline on that is likely, in months at least.
Okay. I think probably the timeline varies depending on whether or not you anticipate some kind of full assault that involves mechanized divisions and missiles, or you anticipate a smaller assault. But could we speak to the issue of political constituency? Because it feels like this monolith, and I suspect both within society and then within the Chinese leadership, there are constituencies within this constituency. So could you speak a little bit about what those constituencies look like, and who is most likely to least likely, perhaps on a continuum, to be supportive and get in line, or vocalize opposition?
Sure. I'll start with a caveat that data on public opinion in China is very difficult to get, since it is an authoritarian state that controls all information. However, what few surveys we have gathered from Western scholars shows an extremely small level of support for armed conflict against Taiwan, which is their number one threat, at least as defined by the CCP, and virtually no support for the idea of war with the United States. This should not be too surprising, given the fact that the U.S. military is regarded as the best, most powerful in the world, and the U.S. is armed to the teeth with nuclear missiles. It doesn't take a lot of imagination to consider that a war with the U.S. could end in total catastrophe for China. In terms of among elites, it is very hard to find. I have not found any faction or grouping that is pushing hard for China to start a war with the U.S. for any reason at all. On the contrary, there are huge numbers of cadres throughout the party-state bureaucracy that benefit from status quo policies, and I suspect would favor their continuation. These are people who profit through corruption or just simple oversight of business connections to ensure trade and investment, and they have a vested interest in the continuation of those policies. A lot of people, Chinese people, like people in America and every other country, including Russia, don't like war and want to just have a peaceful life and live comfortably. So they have a natural disinclination to support a leader who urges them to get involved in a war. And I'll just mention, as by way of comparison, the Russian leader Putin has struggled to involve the Russian people in his war and continues to rely on basically convicts and mercenaries to do most all of his fighting, because he knows if he tries, and he has not tried to seriously to mobilize all the Russian people for the war, he knows that the support for that is really low. And this is a leader who has been at war for decades, unlike the Chinese.
Thank you. I know my time has run out, so Mr. Thorne, perhaps we can come back to you later. Thank you.
Great. Next we have Commissioner Friedberg.
Thank you very much. Dr. Heath, good to see you again. I think you make an important distinction between military preparedness, which, as you say, is something that most major powers are engaged in this idea of national war preparedness. But I wonder if perhaps your conclusions aren't a little too reassuring. Let me ask it in two ways. One, you argue that leadership, in order to actually be prepared to go to war, would have to mobilize public support and bureaucratic support to an extent that it hasn't done already. So the first question is, well, how important are those really in a system in which power is as heavily concentrated as it clearly is in the Chinese system? And then secondly, when you go through the list of things you mentioned that leaders would have to do in order to mobilize the necessary support, it seems to me that many of these things have already happened or are happening to a degree. National leader reprioritizes goals. Well, the downgrading of economic development in recent years seems to answer to that description. Calls for mass sacrifice, the use of references to eating bitterness, purges. Well, there's sort of been an ongoing purge of sorts as long as Xi Jinping is around. Popular culture, my understanding is that the most popular movies in China in recent years have portrayed China's struggle against the United States in the Korean War. So I wonder if this preparedness is not simply binary, but a matter of degree, and where, in fact, what we've been seeing are progressive steps closer to being at that point than perhaps we were 5 years ago or 10 years ago. I wonder if you'd respond to that.
Thank you, Dr. Friedberg, and good to see you as well. So in terms, I'll start with the second question first. I do agree that there are degrees. It is not purely binary. And although I disagree on how much of what is going on in China really correlates with a strong form of that, I do not deny there are steps moving in that direction. There has been a minority of media that depict conflict with the U.S., mainly that one film about the Korean War and a Wolf Warrior series of movies that depicts a clearly American evil mercenary fighting the Chinese, which was popular in China. But this is quite different, orders of magnitude different than what we saw in the Korean War, where you had, large numbers of films cranked out that demonized the U.S. and whipped up propaganda against America. Without question, there's tensions between U.S. and China, but American culture, American people are not hated in China, is my understanding, like they were perhaps in the Cold War. So there are some moves in the media. Xi's speeches, again, orders of magnitude different from the Cold War, where Mao lambasted the U.S. in the most harsh terms. Think of North Korea rhetoric. That's what it looked like in China in the 50s and 60s. And that was a government that was clearly viewed the U.S. as an enemy and was getting their people ready for war against the U.S. That is not the case today. Xi Jinping criticizes the U.S. But he does not call for mass sacrifice and people to die for their country in the way that Mao did. On the contrary, we saw in COVID, the government went to great lengths to try to minimize loss of life because they feared the repercussions on the CCP's legitimacy. So, I think it's important to state that although there are steps moving in that direction, we are, I think, headed, unfortunately, in a direction where tensions are growing and the Chinese are finding some incentive to consider reprioritization of their goals. And again, I do not think that they have abandoned national development as their priority. That is the top priority. Xi Jinping has not stopped that. We should not overstate that, how much has moved that way. All that is to say, it is important, in my view, for us to balance our policy towards China to both protect our own interests and not unnecessarily drive them in a direction of hostility that can make these trends even more alarming. And then in terms of your first question, you mentioned, I'm sorry, I wrote a word down, but I can't read it. Can you just give me a quick word about the first question? Sorry, you're muted.
I was asking to what extent in the Chinese system it really is the case that the attitudes of people low down in the bureaucracy or people on the street really are going to have an impact on the leadership when it comes to decisions about war and peace.
Well, the precedent for China is that it matters a great deal. We've seen throughout the past 7 decades of CCP rule, anytime a leader has tried to change the policy direction in a significant way, there has been a great struggle in the party for control of all levers, and they only successfully transitioned to a new policy agenda after that transition had been carried out. The last time this happened was in the 70s and 80s when Deng Xiaoping and his market-friendly reformers wanted to get away from Mao's agenda, and it took him well over a decade to complete that transition. Chen Yun resisted right up to 92 before he was finally driven out. And in my view, the consensus in the leadership, one reason why Xi Jinping's rule has been stable is that the elites agree with him that although national security is growing in importance, economic development is still a top priority, and there is no support at all for elevating war as a priority above those things. So Xi Jinping understands where the middle is and where the consensus is, and he has stayed in that, although he has moved slightly towards security.
Okay, thank you very much.
Dr. Freiberg, if I might offer a thought on your second question. I don't disagree with Dr. Heath that China has not made a decision to move to a war footing. I think perhaps where I where I try to square that circle a little bit between some of the rhetoric we see and, this assessment that the war is not imminent, at least not one that China has made a decision to launch, is that I believe that the leadership very likely assesses that the risk of a high-end war is growing, whether that is over Taiwan, South China Sea, or a unilateral attack on China by the United States. I think that they assess this risk is increasing, and you see that in statements by PLA leadership, in PLA textbooks, adoption of new doctrines and force development guidelines, training activities, and then most tellingly, perhaps, is in 2020, China's leadership did believe that the U.S. was considering a unilateral attack on China as part of a quote-unquote October surprise. And I think the logic and perhaps the fear that drives that kind of assessment doesn't just dissipate, even though, from their perspective, they are not ready to launch a war themselves.
Thank you both. Commissioner Glass.
Many thanks to you all. Mr. Devin, I'm going to start, or Mr. Thorne, I'm going to start with you. What role could China's private sector play in a potential conflict scenario? What are you seeing in terms of trends of the intensification of coordination between the CCP and the private sector? And how might the government, another way to ask that is, how might the government incorporate these firms and their activities into their military operations? I'll just start with you and anyone else who has comments on that.
Sure. So for the private sector, I think the most likely roles that they're going to have to play is in surging production and contributing personnel to logistics, maintenance, and technology development activities, right? That's going to include things like helping produce weapon systems, helping produce drones, helping support, transportation units that need bridges redesigned or repaired and roads repaired, so they'll contribute engineers for that kind of activity or ship modifications and such. And then there's the technology development angle, which I think is a little bit difficult to predict exactly what the PLA might think some new technology is going to be needed in a given conflict, but there's going to be a role for private sector to play there. In terms of sort of intensifying preparations for that, I think it would be difficult for me to make an assessment based on what I've seen, sort of a judgment on whether it is becoming more intense. But I would say that in recent years, there has been activity within the National Defense Mobilization System to try and increase certain contacts with the private sector in industries like equipment manufacturing, information technology, logistics and warehousing, and a number of other fields, unmanned intelligence, which I take to mean drones mostly. As far as how they can be incorporated into these kind of activities, the National Defense Mobilization System itself, I think, is going to take the lead on production activities as directed by military needs for more sort of logistical or maintenance type support operations. A lot of that is going to run through different National Defense Mobilization working offices, like offices dedicated to transportation mobilization. And then for use of private sector resources, capabilities, skilled professional personnel in other types of operations, such as intelligence collection, reconnaissance, or even offensive or defensive cyber operations. There's a couple of ways that can happen. The main one that I think is most well documented is through militias, but there are also potential other avenues, direct contracts with certain companies, or maybe ad hoc command and control structures, though some of that gets a little bit unclear. Hope that answers your question.
Any other comments from the other panelists? All right, thank you.
All right, we'll go to our hearing co-chair, Commissioner Goodwin.
Thank you, Commissioner Sims. Dr. Heath, I want to follow up on your exchange with Commissioner Friedberg, and as he acknowledged, I also appreciate the distinction that you draw between military preparedness and war preparations and war mobilization. But I wonder, as he posed the question to you, whether the approach could be more progressive and incremental. As you describe it in your testimony, the shift would be a radical redirection of the country's political agenda from this decades-long focus on economic development and performance and growth to a war footing. I actually alluded to your testimony this morning during one of our earlier panels and offered up your description of the bureaucracy, which has not been conditioned, prepared, or incentivized to focus on these sorts of security initiatives. Instead, have been incentivized and prepared and conditioned to focus on just that economic development, growth, and the like. In response, and I don't want to put words in those witnesses' mouths, but my takeaway was they seem to say that security is becoming the priority. And striking this dynamic balance between security and growth, security is now becoming the priority. So if that's the case, are you seeing this incremental shift towards security trumping economic development and growth? And as such, would it no longer have to necessitate a radical redirection?
Thank you, Commissioner Goodwin. A very good question. And I agree that security is definitely moving up in priority, although the overwhelming focus is still on national development. And I do not see evidence that despite the increased importance placed on security, that the bureaucracy is in a posture of prioritizing actual war preparation. And let me just add that all this discussion makes me think that in some ways, the purpose of this panel, or at least as I understood it, focusing on high-end war, it's not a straw man, but it is such a high threshold that if we're looking for indicators of that, I don't think it's there. But I worry about different kind of conflict, not high-end conflict of tanks and airplanes and missiles, but a more soft conflict, cyber, political, economic, and there, I think. The indicators for something happening there are much more alarming. And part of that has to do with the fact that both the U.S. and China are much more vulnerable in the economic, political, and ideological and cyber domains. And part of it is that there is quite a intense acrimony and, not quite hostility, but certainly trending in that direction. That's quite alarming. So if we set aside the question of preparations for high-end war, which again, I reiterate, I do not see the Chinese preparing for a high-end war. And we just look at this other issue of vulnerability to political interference, economic warfare, cyber intrusion, all that kind of activity, then the picture is very different. And there, the government bureaucracy is being told they need to defend against that. They need to learn how to deal with that and build capabilities for that. And there is evidence that they are doing more and more against us in those domains. So I agree with you. And I think this is part of the issue that we've been wrestling with in the last few questions is we know the Chinese are doing a lot of things against us, and they are. And yet you hear me saying they're not getting ready for war. But the answer to that, in my opinion, is to distinguish between high-end combat, which I again reiterate, I see very little evidence that they're preparing for that, and then lower intensity type, softer forms of the conflict, which I would agree is well underway and intensifying.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hellberg.
Thank you. Mr. Thorne, based on our research, how would the PLA utilize and mobilize Chinese businesses in a time of war, specifically in the critical technology sectors?
So I think the most evidence exists in critical technology sectors. I guess when I hear that phrase, I think, and then compare it to what I've seen as far as what the PLA is thinking about, really the technology that comes to mind is cyberspace, cybersecurity. PLA writings essentially reference the ability of the PLA to mobilize civilian technical talent in that space to join military operations. Those military operations are undefined. I tend to think what is most likely, if that type of mobilization is going to happen, it's going to focus on sort of defense of China's critical information networks domestically, to defend the homeland during a wartime scenario. There are, of course, as I'm sure everyone here on the commission knows, cybersecurity companies in China that also do contract with the government for more offensive capabilities, both tool development and actual intrusions of foreign networks. The links to PLA there, they exist. They're not quite as well documented, at least in the last few years, as they are to other aspects of the Chinese security apparatus. But I think that's what comes to mind for me is cybersecurity professionals being enrolled in PLA operations. As I was saying earlier, though, the most likely or the most well-documented method for that to actually come about is pre-enrollment in militias. These organizations standing up militias or contributing forces to militias, because in a wartime scenario, everyone's going to be shocked. I don't know the real feasibility of just going to some security company and saying, hey, you're now going to support this military operation without any prior training. At least in the militia space, they will have had a little bit of training, even though that training has some questionable quality to it. Other ways that the militia, including professionals from the private sector, could participate in PLA operations, like I said before, mainly focuses on reconnaissance, search and rescue, undersea and aerial intelligence collection through autonomous systems, and that kind of thing.
Mr. Heath, do you have anything to add? Mr. Thorne, a previous witness, stated that China has a policy of deliberately encouraging U.S. reliance on Chinese supply chains and critical inputs. Do you believe that a critical component of China's military mobilization will be cutting our own military and technology sectors off of those critical inputs, ranging from rare earths and raw materials to semiconductors?
I would say that this question really gets into the territory of what are China's plans for certain contingencies. And unfortunately, that's not an area where my research has really gone yet. So I would be hesitant to comment that yes or no, that would be part of the plan. Certainly, monitoring of those resources and China's access and continued access to those resources is part of military planning and the National Defense Mobilization System. But as far as how it works in reverse, such as cutting off the U.S. access to those materials, that's something that I haven't really delved into.
Mr. Heath, would you like to comment? Is it your shared assessment that the PLA is also taking similar steps in order to stockpile critical inputs to key technologies?
In my view, the Chinese are very concerned about their vulnerability to disruptions to their supply chains, just as we are. And they are taking measures to stockpile critical components like advanced chips in some cases. Both countries are carrying out their own forms of de-risking. The Chinese have actually been doing it longer than we have. So yes, I agree that there is some of that going on.
I would agree in general that is likely, though again, the very specifics of it, how much has been stockpiled, the particular mechanisms for that is not something I've personally researched.
Thank you for the time.
Commissioner Kaiken.
Thank you. Great testimony, Devin and Tim. I appreciate it. I've been a little surprised by the sort of tone you've taken about where we are with respect to China and its sort of build up towards conflict or sort of some sort of action with respect to Taiwan. Let me ask you two questions just to lead into this, and then just quick answers if you can. First question is, crackdown on big tech seems to have come to an end. Should we assume that the end or sort of a pause in that crackdown means that the sort of big Chinese tech companies are now sort of have acquiesced essentially to the government, and that they will be compliant with any requests to either, conduct cyber operations or provide information or do the other things that they're capable of? Tim, do you want to go first, and then Devin?
The crackdown on big tech seems to have been driven in part by simply CCP desire for political control and fear of autonomous centers of power, which is a longstanding CCP fear. Now that they have made their point known and the big tech seems to understand that, yes, I do think the big tech companies will become more compliant with CCP directives, but on the other hand, the Chinese government is aware that there is a golden goose problem. So if they make their competitive companies too obviously tools of the Chinese government, they risk undercutting the competitiveness of those companies when foreign countries become alarmed and start curtailing access to their markets due to security fears. But on the other hand, if the Chinese government lets these companies act too autonomously, then they might act in a way in contrary to the CCP rule. So I suspect what is likely happening, again, this is not my area of particular expertise, but the CCP has made its point known. They are monitoring, and while generally tolerating these companies carrying out their commercial activities, they have made clear that they reserve the right in an emergency to override the decision-making of these companies to carry out national security-related policies.
Devin, unless you disagree, let me just keep going. All right?
Yes, sir, that's fine.
All right. Indications and warnings, MILDEC. We've sort of talked about military deception operations. We've sort of talked about this this morning, and you guys have touched on it as well. What if we're just seeing sort of a slower build than we're used to? And so the things, Tim, that would normally set you off, or Devin would set you off as sort of, as spikes in what you'd normally see, is rather part of a more elaborate slow build strategy that is designed to make sure analysts like the two of you are, more sanguine in your analysis. Have you considered that as part of your judgments here, or do you sort of think, no matter what in the build-up to a conflict, there has to be spikes in various indications and warnings? I'll run out of time, so that'll be my last question. So Tim, Devin, take as much time as you want, and we'll turn it over to the following commissioner.
Roger. I have looked at MILDEC for many years, and operationally, it's getting harder and harder to tell, I think, frankly, because they do all these exercises and training. But to me, the big issue is still the political posture. It is very hard to find a precedent for any country in the world contemplating a war with a country as powerful as the U.S. to leave their people completely unprepared for exposing them to major conflict and even potential nuclear annihilation, and not even make sure that their fellow elites are on board with this idea. We have zero indication, not even rumors, coming out of Beijing that there's a secret cabal plotting to attack the U.S., which to me, either that means Xi Jinping has made this the best kept secret in the world and only he has it in his head, in which case, how does he compel the whole state to carry out a shocking change of policy? On that point, I'll just emphasize, my own research suggests there's a great deal of resistance in the party state to Beijing's orders as they are right now. It is an illusion that there's some kind of robotic machinery that automatically complies with whatever Beijing comes out with. There's historically, and there is right now a great deal of resistance and evasion going on but throughout the party state to orders that they don't like. So there has to be a great deal of arm twisting and coercion and purging and often violence to compel cadres up and down the chain to do what Beijing wants. And right now we just don't have not even a rumor that Xi Jinping is planning some kind of attack. So to me, I'm very skeptical of the MILDEC idea. I think it is much harder to carry out than people assume. and there's no precedent that I'm aware of, with a situation that could involve the U.S. Not Hitler, not Japan. There's plenty of political warning well before those attacks.
Devin, what do you think?
I think that this is a question that certainly I've asked. It comes down to me a matter of sort of strategic timelines and sort of tactical level signals. I think we do see, if you're laser focused on is there going to be an invasion of Taiwan, you can definitely find the evidence. You can backfill the evidence of these are the preparations. But from an analytical perspective, there are also other explanations for a lot of this activity. And in my assessment, as I was stating earlier, I think the leadership is concerned about the possibility of a high-end conflict without having actually made the decision that we are going to launch a conflict. So some of the activity, in terms of perhaps some of the stockpiling activity that was discussed earlier, is indicative of that need to be ready in case something happens or in case a decision is made, but is not necessarily, deliberately geared toward we're moving toward a specific date on which we will take an aggressive action.
Thanks, Devin.
Vice Chair Price.
Thank you, and thank you for your participation today. It's been very, very interesting. Much of what I had planned to ask has been covered, so let me just go back and fill in some pieces in between. Mr. Thorne, when you did your survey, your in-depth survey, what actions make you the most concerned or the most optimistic as you go down your list of areas that you looked into?
So I guess the survey is mostly focused on Chinese leadership's assessment of whether the national defense mobilization system will function as it's intended to function. It's less, the research was less focused on the question of whether we've hit certain check boxes. So I think that would be sort of difficult for me to answer. That's ongoing research that I've kind of grappled with over time, but it's not, I don't have an immediate assessment on that question in front of me, if that makes sense.
Okay, so when in answer to one of my colleagues' questions a few minutes ago, you did say that you thought the leadership might be assessing that risk is growing. Do you see them conveying that to the public at all?
I do think that they have conveyed that concern to at least the national defense mobilization apparatus. I don't think it's necessarily, to the issue of the examples of movies and sort of popular culture and broad messaging to the general public. Maybe hasn't reached that level. But you can see, in my opinion, the messaging that, we need to be prepared for worst case scenarios. That has trickled down into the national defense mobilization leadership and their sort of internal discussions on, you need to take this work seriously because for a long time it has not been taken seriously. You need to overcome quote unquote peacetime ills, which is generally a phrase that means sort of the accumulated inertia of just long peace and the belief that war could never happen. You see those messages, I believe, coming down from certain PLA commanders and into the national defense mobilization system. So I think that urgency has been trickled down that we do need to increase our preparedness overall in case something happens. Those messages, I believe, have come down.
Thank you. And Mr. Heath, I really appreciate the nuance in your presentation and the difference you defined in response to, I think, Commissioner Goodwin's questions about the high-end type of conflict versus economic and cyber and other areas. Could you talk a little bit about where in those areas you're most concerned?
Absolutely. In fact, that is where I'm most concerned is I think the U.S. and Chinese are already well underway in a sort of low intensity, it's not quite a war or conflict, but confrontation. It is getting easier and easier for both countries to interfere in each other's politics as populations become disaffected and disillusioned with their own governments. We see that happening here, where the Russians have paved the way and the Chinese are clearly imitating their methods of provoking American discontent. We are doing the same to China, arguably, with our way we deal with Taiwan. In my opinion, is just another version of this kind of interference to provoke and undermine the legitimacy of the government and the other side. The Chinese, again, they're doing the same type of things to us. Economically, we already talked about de-risking, and the trends are not reversing anytime soon. There's now AI looming on the horizon. How that can be deployed against other countries is studied in both capitals, no doubt. And I expect the Chinese will start trying to deploy these technologies again to promote political discontent in America. We have cyber operations have been going on for a while. This kind of confrontation in the cyberspace, Chinese, we've had issues with them for years and years. It's not getting better in my view. All this is meant to underscore that, in my view, the situation we're in is that both the U.S. and Chinese, frankly, are too weak to risk a large-scale war. It's too destabilizing for both countries. But they can sustain indirect forms of conflict for a very long time because you don't need the public. You don't need the public to carry out cyber operations and information operations. What you need to do is find ways to mitigate your vulnerabilities to provocations from the other side. And that's, to me, that's where a lot of the activity is going on right now, is we are coping with a much more vulnerable domestic situation and greater reach by all governments into the heart of each other's populations. And to me, this is a problem that I'm not sure we have put enough effort studying, given all the attention paid on high-end conflict, which in my view is much less likely than this form of societal conflict that is and political conflict that is intensifying.
Really helpful. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Shriver.
Yeah, I just want to thank the witnesses, appreciate the statements and the very thoughtful Q&A. I think everything I would have raised has been addressed. So thank you again.
Great. Well, we will close with the godfather of the U.S.-China Commission, Commissioner Wessel.
Grasshopper. You may be one of the few people who knows the reference. I appreciate our witnesses, although I have to say I find myself in, I'd say, somewhat alarmed disagreement, although I understand the comments about soft versus hard conflict. But, to me, a soft conflict these days can have almost as devastating an impact as a hard conflict. A cyber intrusion that takes down the electricity grid or disables the cooling capabilities at a nuclear facility or disables water treatment is every bit as disabling potentially, as a bomb. So bits and bytes now can equal bombs. One of our witnesses talked about, fairly stable defense budgets in China, and I think there are many assessments that disagree with that. We all know the accounting and the opacity in China limits the ability for Western observers to understand this. So I want to ask a question about technology mobilization, again, going to the bits and bytes issue, and I think Commissioner Helberg raised in part this. We now see small yard, high fences. We see the Biden administration's approach as it relates to AI, quantum, and semiconductors as seeking to limit military capabilities, if you will, or the enhanced ability in China to build up military capabilities. Similarly, we have, I think, a strategic dependence on China that, we are seeking to address with CHIPS funding, et cetera. Help me through, if you can, if you've done any work on this, on what assessments the Chinese have made of U.S. vulnerabilities in these areas, and whether our actions, again, AI and the other technologies, whether we have a mobilization deficit here, if you will, that would enable us to be a properly resourced competitor to China. Mr. Heath, do you want to start?
Yes, sir. Thank you for the question. Some of the dependencies the Chinese have identified are rare earths, and we now recognize that and have, my understanding, the government is taking actions to mitigate that. There are components that feed into our defense systems, which are Byzantine to try to unpack, and I don't pretend to know the depths of our dependence on Chinese components and subcomponents, but I do understand it's an incredibly difficult thing to unravel and identify where there are Chinese inputs into, weapon systems that include thousands of parts. But to the extent we haven't identified those could be dependencies that leave us vulnerable. I'll stop there and turn it over to Devin, see if he has additional comments.
Yeah, I think I would have to reiterate that in my research, I haven't particularly focused on Chinese assessments of U.S. mobilization capacity or particular vulnerabilities. One area I think where and this is outside of the technology scope, so I'll keep it very short, is that one area that they think they probably would be stronger is in the ability of the public to get on board with a war scenario and survive through it, right? This idea and legacy and history of struggle. Now, to Dr. Heath's point, they haven't really necessarily taken a lot of steps to actually make sure that that's possible, but I think Chinese leadership, when they look at themselves, they think we have this history of struggling through, of eating bitterness, etc. The U.S. likely does not. That's sort of the extent of comparison that I could offer there, unfortunately.
In terms of, thank you. In terms of Chinese mobilization, and again, we've had some discussion here of technology as, a vector, cyber intrusions, etc. And I think, Director Wray and many others have identified, the constant nature, I think, of electronic recon and the vulnerabilities. We as a commission have recommended in the past, trying to enhance visibility into our own surge capacity. And I think over the last couple of years on a bipartisan basis in the technology area, there's been an understanding. Are you aware of Chinese assessments of their own capabilities and vulnerabilities? And as we advance again with chips and the export controls, is there reporting on how China is responding to that and whether they view that as an offensive act?
Well, I'll offer some thoughts first.
Sure.
Since the 2010s, the Chinese leadership has articulated this imperative of improving their self-reliance and reducing their dependence on U.S. technology. And the Chinese government has invested billions upon billions of dollars to develop their own indigenous technology and capabilities. They have had very uneven success, frankly. And I think they recognize they are at a disadvantage given the U.S. strengths, many strengths we have, but they do seem determined to try to build up their own indigenous capabilities and technologies that reduce their reliance on the U.S.
Yes, I would agree with that, absolutely. And I think some of the most recent developments there in the last year or so have been sort of more explicit policies that state-owned enterprises, party organizations, major corporations that are supporting the government need to begin replacing certain foreign technology systems, operating software, database management software, sort of these core functions, to your point that in theory, any foreign power could infiltrate and sort of have eyes on throughout that system, and theoretically. So I think they've accelerated some of their concerns there and efforts to alleviate it through an initiative called Xinchuang, which is just like IT innovation essentially. But yeah, it's a long road. You know, some of their operating systems are not perhaps up to the standards that the business world in China is going to be used to at this point.
Great, thank you.
Thank you to the witnesses for your testimony today. I'll turn it over to my co-chair, Commissioner Goodwin, to close us out.
Perfect. Well, again, appreciation to the witnesses and all our witnesses for their excellent testimonies today. A quick reminder, you can find those testimonies as well as a recording of the hearing on our website, uscc.gov. And with that, we are adjourned. Thank you all.